you very much. May we take our seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jim Mugunga. I work with the Ministry of Finance, and my role is to guide us through the event. That's the beginning of it. You're all welcome to the National Budget Conference for the financial year 2024-2025. Thank you for coming. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ministers present, all dignitaries. A few years ago, growing up in Mitiana, we looked forward to a budget day. This is not the budget day. And I recall two things. I was the custodian of my father's radio set. And we would converge around somebody who spoke English. And they used to read the budget in a very complicated English language. But there are two things that stuck with me when I was growing up. The minister then would stand up and say, effective midnight tonight. And then he would say things that we knew would change our lives. I can guarantee, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that today, in this meeting, the Minister of Finance is not going to say anything to do with effective midnight tonight. And I don't think he's going to say that soon. So I think for that, I request that we clap for the Minister of Finance. The other reason we're happy to have all of us here is that the collection of people, a complete depiction of what the country is about. The local government present. I saw the RDC from Kotido, Mr. Honoria Ambrose. And when I was talking to him on the sideline, he told me, you are going to read the budget soon. We are happy that you're consulting us. Because in Kotido and in the neighborhood, one cow before the financial year ends, because of the activities that happen in Kotido and in the neighborhood, it has rotated around the community around 6 times. So his task is to make sure that secures Kotido and the livelihood and the people of Kotido. And then I saw actually earlier, Mr. Mwanga walking in. He came very early, our Auditor General. And I knew he has eyes on what you're planning. And eventually he will be reporting to Parliament. I saw the Director of Public Prosecutions, Madam Jane Francis Abodo. She came earlier. She's with us. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I saw Lillian of Tourism. I asked her what they are doing. And she said, I'm looking for money. Because last week, I was in Kilimanjaro, and I discovered that Kilimanjaro, they receive 68,000 tourists every year at the peak. At Rwenzori, which is a lot more beautiful, we receive 1,680 tourists. But Rwenzori is a lot more impressive. She's struggling to change that story, that narrative. Right Honourable Prime Minister, it all comes back to this event. And as I was looking around, I saw Johnson and Musinguzi. They've turned around the passport issuance process. You no longer have those lines. You actually click away and get services. So basically, what am I saying? That today is the beginning of a process yet in the new financial year that we are planning for us to engage. And that's the reason we have gathered. We cannot recognize everybody else, but I will recognize one person that is important to us as a ministry, just like all of us are, and that's the resident coordinator of the UN system, Madam Susan Ngogi, who is also with us. So from partners to implementers, to service providers, to government, to private sector, to local government, we are all here. I thought I would make this comment so that we know who is before you. May I at this point welcome the Minister of Finance to offer his welcome remarks. Once again, thank you for coming, and we're going to try and keep this recovered time we've lost. Thank you, sir.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, colleagues ministers who are here, members of Parliament, members of the diplomatic corps, local government leaders, the civil society, the private sector, all accounting officers of government, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. You need some coffee, I think, so that you warm up. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Section 13, Part 1 and 2 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2015, as amended, requires the budget for a financial year to be prepared in consultation with the relevant stakeholders. Our gathering here this morning kickstarts the consultative process of the budget for financial year 24-25. I extend my appreciation to you all here present today for sacrificing your time to be part of this budget conference to develop synergies and partnership, as well as strive to achieve inclusive socio-economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, under the visionary leadership of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, the government of Uganda has a social contract to deliver to the people of Uganda by creating wealth, jobs, delivering education and health, ensuring justice and equity, protecting life and property, and achieving economic and political integration within these 5 years, that is 2021 to 2025, through the NRM Manifesto of 2021-2026 and the Third National Development Plan, number 3. These plans guide the development architecture of this country and are designed to improve the household incomes and standards of living of the people of 39% who are in subsistence economy. Next financial year, 24-25, is the last year of implementing of the NDP3, and it is with that background that we have taken into account the mid-term review recommendation of the plan to ensure we accomplish the objectives and the overall goal of the plan. I wish to urge my colleague ministers to provide strategic leadership to your various portfolios and programs during the coming planning and budgeting process to ensure compliance with the NRM government objectives. Your presence at all levels of consultation will be significant in providing the requisite strategic guidance necessary to achieve the country's development agenda. To our esteemed development partners, the private sector and the civil society, your involvement in the planning and budgeting process of this country is instrumental in shaping the true partnership required for shared vision of achieving inclusive socio-economic transformation. To all accounting officers and the government, to all accounting officers of government, please note that you are at the forefront of ensuring efficient and effective implementation of government plans, as well as timely reporting and accountability for results. I will repeat this. To all accounting officers of government, please note that you are at the forefront of ensuring efficient and effective implementation of government's plans, as well as timely reporting and accountability of results. I take this opportunity, therefore, to welcome the Right Honorable Prime Minister to address and officially open the National Budget Conference for financial year 24-25 with pleasure. Madam.
The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic. Honorable Ministers present, the Honorable Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, local government leaders, representatives of the civil society organizations, the private sector, all accounting officers, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this budget conference for the financial year 2024-2025 to kickstart the consultative process for presentation of the budget for the financial year 2024-2025. This will be guided by the theme, full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial, agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to commend the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and his team for spearheading the budget process. Through the National Development Plan and the NRM Manifesto for this term, that is 2021-2026, we undertake a concerted annual planning and budgeting to contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, but above all, to lift the 39% of our Ugandans who are still trapped in subsistence economy to money economy. And this will be as part of our inclusive and social economic transformation journey. The government of Uganda, with support from our development partners, the private sector and civil society organizations, has put in place the environment and key interventions to drive the desired economic growth, and they include, among others, the following. 1, provision of an adequate security for all people and their property in this country. Number 2, effective implementation of the Paris Development Model and related government programs on wealth creation. Number 3, building a strong private sector by tapping into new high-value products in agro-industrialization value chain to further boost export promotion and import replacement. Number 4, a paradigm shift in the development of the mineral industry with a focus on strengthening the regulatory and governance frameworks that ensure transparency and accountability to attract private capital. 5, exploiting the downstream benefits of industries from the oil and gas production, including petrochemical industries. Number 6, harnessing the various products in the tourism sector to attract diverse tourist clientele. Number 7, harnessing the power of the fourth industrial revolution and building a knowledge-based economy by leveraging the internet, computing, generative artificial intelligence to create new wealth in the economy. Lastly, maintenance and provision of quality and timeless services across the country. The Honorable Minister of Finance and Planning will expound on this shortly in the budget strategy for the financial year 2024, 2025, and the medium term. As guided by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, during the budget speech for this financial year, I mean 2023-2024, the target is to grow our economy to US dollars 55.5 billion by the end of this fiscal year. He has also challenged government to ensure that we realize a 10-fold gross domestic product of US dollars 550 billion over the next 10 years. This will require doing business differently across all institutions of government over the next 10 years. It's not going to be business as usual. Ladies and gentlemen, a big proportion of our economy is still raw material based. With the availability of a more skilled labor force and supporting infrastructure such as electricity in the industrial parks, as well as the security of everyone, our focus is now on value addition and industrialization of our economy. As we start planning and the budgeting process for the financial year 2024-2025, our task is to ensure that all of us are committed to efforts of lifting the 39% of our population who are still trapped in poverty. Working through the parish development model, MYOGA, provision of financial services through microfinance support center, and other village-based technologies such as the Nyakana model, we shall be able to create more jobs and wealth. As a government, ladies and gentlemen, we should strive to bring down our public debt to sustainable levels. I repeat, we should strive to bring down our public debt to sustainable levels. Our major task now is adherence to the effective implementation of Uganda's fiscal consolidation agenda, which includes the following: effective implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. Let me repeat this. Effective implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. Number 2, effective and efficiency of the public expenditure management. And number 3 is controlling non-concessional borrowing through effective implementation of the medium-term debt reduction strategy. The Honorable Minister of Finance and Planning will give details on this matter as he explains the fiscal consolidation agenda for Uganda in a bid to guarantee the sustainability of Uganda's growth and development. The preparation of the national budget undergoes a long consultative process between the three arms of government and all stakeholders to ensure the inclusion of the interests of all Ugandans. I wish to reiterate that the budget for the financial year 2024-2025, whose preparation we are embarking on today, is for all the people of Uganda. I wish to implore all of us as key stakeholders to fully and actively participate in this preparation to ensure full buy-in and ownership. I look forward to a process that will generate credible budget that will benefit and make a difference to the lives of ordinary Ugandans. Finally, government of Uganda, on its part, will continue to generate peace and security, as well as ensuring the protection and promotion of the fundamental and other human rights and freedoms. It's now my honor and pleasure to declare the consultative process for the preparation of the budget for the financial year 2024-2025 officially opened. I thank you for listening to me. For God and my country. I've been given another task to be the session chair. And let me now take the honor to request the Minister of Finance to make a presentation of the budget strategy for the financial year 2024-2025. You are welcome.
Once again, I recognize all of you. In the interest of time, therefore, I will not go through the protocols. But once again, good morning and most welcome. The budget strategy for financial year 24-25 outlines the interventions required to achieve faster socio-economic transformation of Uganda. It's anchored on the objectives of the third National Development Plan, the NRA Manifesto 21-25, and accelerating economic growth to expand the size of the economy to US dollars 500 billion in the medium term. The theme for the financial year 24-25 budget remains the same as this one of this year, or running year, which is full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. This is what we agreed, remember, when we were in Kororo. The ultimate goal of the budget strategy for financial 24-25 is to accelerate economic growth to at least 7% in the medium term, with the ultimate goal of building an independent, integrated, and self-sustaining economy. This will involve transitioning from a raw material-based to a manufacturing and knowledge-based economy. I repeat this, because it's very, very crucial. Please, everybody listen. This will involve transitioning from a raw materials-based to a manufacturing and knowledge-based economy, as well as improve the environment of doing business in Uganda to make it competitive. Over this financial year, the focus is on the following key priorities of the budget. 1, boosting household incomes and micro enterprises. 2, commercializing agriculture to enhance production and productivity and improve competitiveness of the agricultural products. 3, supporting private sector growth. 4, investing in the people of Uganda. And I repeat this again. Investing in the people of Uganda throughout all aspects. People think that we invest in people by putting money. There is no need to putting money. Even words, you can get people to grow. 5, improving the stock and the quality of infrastructure. 6, expediting the implementation of strategic interventions, research and development, minerals, oil and gas industry. Next financial year, the process of repurposing the budget will continue to provide resources to high-impact growth areas while consolidating economic recovery and resilience, as well as implementing measures to mitigate the negative effects of climate change. This presentation, therefore, covers the following. 1, an assessment of economic performance and outlook. 2, intervention to shift the economy to a higher growth path. 3, the medium-term financing strategy. And 4, feedback on key issues raised during the last budget consultative process. Assessment of the economic performance and outlook. Economic performance. During financial 22-23, as you all know, the economy grew at 5.5% compared to 4.6% in the previous financial year, resulting in an upward growth of the size of Uganda's economy from shillings 162.9 trillion in financial year 21-22 to Uganda shillings 184.3 trillion in financial year 22-23, equivalent to US dollars 45.6 billion and US dollars 49.4 billion respectively. This expansion was on account of good performance of all sectors of the economy, with the services growing at 6.2%, agriculture 5%, with the food crops growing at 4.7% from 3.5%, livestock 8.9% from 8.3%, this is wonderful, while you know, livestock, or you know my interest. While fish activities grew by 7.7% from 0.3% in financial 22-23 and 21-22 respectively. Industry grew by 3.9%, slower than 5.1% recorded in the same period, mainly on account of slower growth in manufacturing and construction activities. Now I turn to inflation and interest rates. Inflation reduced to 3.5% in August 2023 from the peak of 10.7% in October 2022. The recent reduction is mainly on account of reduced transportation costs, a decline in manufactured foods and food crop prices. I repeat this. The recent reduction is mainly on account of reduced transportation costs and a decline in manufactured goods and food crop prices. Inflation is currently managed below the policy target inflation rate of not more than 5% per annum. Within the East African community, annual inflation in August 2023 averaged 13.3% and was as follows for individual East African countries. Within the East African community, you know, people think that in Uganda we are not moving. We are moving. Annual inflation in August 2023 averaged 13.1% and was as follows for individual East African countries. You listen. Burundi, 28.9%. DRC Congo, 26.7%. Rwanda, 17.3%. Kenya, 6.7%. South Sudan, 5.6%. Tanzania, that one beat us, 3.3%. That is the lowest in the region. But Uganda, we are also there. I think we are the second. The recent changes, increase in the price of oil in the global market could result in an increase in with domestic fuel pump prices. This may put pressure on prices of other goods and services to rise. However, with our coordinated efforts on both fiscal and monetary policies between my ministry and the Bank of Uganda, this will be contained. As a result of low inflation, the central bank rate was reduced to 9.5% in August this year, up from 10% in July in the same year. And the commercial bank lending rates fell to 18.4% in June 23 from 20.1% in the previous month. This was also partly due to an increase in the prime borrowers who are able to access credit at lower rates owing to their good credit rating with the banks. Private sector credit growth. This remained weak at 3% in financial 2023 compared to a growth of 8.9% in financial year 21-22, partly due to the tightening of monetary policy. In terms of sector composition, the largest proportion of credit was for personal loans and household loans, 22.2%, followed by building, mortgage, construction, real estate, 20.1%, trade, and 18.2%. and manufacturing at 13.3. During the course of the financial year 23-24, private sector credit is expected to improve, supported by the reduction in inflation and a continued improvement in the economic activity. Now, external sector. Merchandise exports increased significantly, growing by 42% from $3,838 million in financial 21-22 to $5,467 million in financial 22-23, largely driven by gold exports. Whereas exports have increased, the goods trade deficit has widened slightly by 2.7% from $3,299 million in financial 21-22 to $3,388 million in financial year 22-23. This is mainly due to the significant recovery in private sector imports, which increased by 27.2% in financial year 22-23, compared to a decline of 11.8% in financial year 21-22. Overall, government imports declined in the past 2 years, while private sector imports increased significantly in the financial year 22-23. Export receipts are expected to improve as Uganda accelerates the production of light manufactured goods and middle high-tech industrial products, as well as value addition. Tourism remittances. Tourism receipts have risen since the beginning of financial 22-23, averaging $260 million every quarter in the past year ending March 2023, compared to the average of $238 million in the same period a year ago. This is still below potential, and interventions are outlined in this strategy to increase tourism receipts to at least $5 billion per annum by 2028. Remittances have also been on the increase, reaching $375 million in the quarter to March 2023. The annual remittances to end March 2023 amounted to $1.3 billion on account of improving economic conditions in the source countries as the global economy continued its post-pandemic recovery. Foreign direct investments. FDI reduced sharply from $1,274 million in 2019 to $874 million in 2020. They have since increased to $1,526 million in 2022. I'm happy to report that Uganda is one of the 10 top African countries in FDI inflows for calendar year 2022, and the #1 in East Africa due to the growth in the minerals sector and the oil and the gas, which recorded increased activity after the final investment decision in February 2022. Fiscal performance. Domestic revenue. Tax revenues for financial 2022-23 performed on target at 99.9% worth shillings 23,732.99 billion against a target of shillings 23,754.86 billion. Surpluses were recorded under pay-as-you-earn, 105.3 billion, excise duty on fuel, 65.75 billion, withholding tax, shillings 23.59 billion. On the other hand, major deficits were recorded under VAT, which scored 51.7 billion, and local supplies and imports, shillings 85.17 billion. The shortfall was only shillings 21.87 billion during the fiscal year. Let me repeat this. The shortfall was only shillings 21.87 billion during the fiscal year. This financial year, overall net revenues collections for the period of July-August amounted to shillings 4,038.9 billion against the projection of shillings 4,139.6 billion, posting a shortfall of shillings 100.67 billion, tax 76.6 billion, and NTR 24.3 billion. Despite this shortfall, there was a 12% growth in revenues, worth 405.3 billion. Now we go to expenditure. Total government expenditure, excluding domestic debt refinancing and appropriation in aid, amounted to 36,722.66 billion in financial year 22-23, against the planned budget of 37,471.9 billion, implying a performance of 98%. The less than program expenditure was due to the development expenditure, which was lower by shillings 3,531.6 billion, more than offsetting the higher than programmed current expenditure that was above planned by 2,836.24 billion. The government recurrent expenditure was above the original budget following supplementary budgets for wages and salaries to cater for the increment in wages for scientists, as well as to non-wage recurrent items. Spending for externally financed development projects was lower than planned, mainly due to absorption constraints faced by implementing agencies, leading to slower disbursement by development partners. Let me repeat this, for this there is a cancer here. Spending for externally financed development projects was lower than planned, mainly due to absorption constraints faced by implementing agencies, leading to slower disbursement by the development partners. For the first quarter of financial year 23-24, we have realized shillings 52.7 trillion. The total government of Uganda budget, date external financing and AIA, is 25.249 trillion. To date, shillings 5.61 trillion has been released, that is 20.5% of the total budget. Wage is shillings 1.82 trillion, non-wage 2.6 trillion, development 0.39 trillion, arrears shillings 0.36 trillion. Fiscal deficit for financial year 22-23. Execution of the budget during the financial year 22-23 resulted in a fiscal deficit of shillings 10,391.53 billion, which is equivalent to 4.6% of GDP. Although this is higher than what was programmed, it is lower than the 7.4% registered for financial year 21-22, and thus reflects the fiscal consolidation drive the government is pursuing today. Public debt performance. Preliminary estimates indicate that the nominal stock of Uganda's public debt increased from shillings 78,833 billion, that is US dollars 21 billion, at end of June 2022 to shillings 86,720 billion, i.e. 23.6 billion at end of June 2023. However, due to a significant increase in nominal GDP, the ratio of debt to GDP declined from 48.4% to 47% over the same period. The reduction in the debt to GDP ratio was also on account of a slower rate of debt accumulation in line with the government's commitments to fiscal consolidation. Economic outlook for financial year 24 to 25. Over the past decade, economic growth has averaged 4.7% per annum, which is lower than the average growth of 7.3% in the previous decade. However, the implementation of strategic interventions, such as the partial development model for full monetization of Uganda, development of the minerals sector, agro-industrialization and manufacturing, among others, will spur economic growth to 6% by end of financial year 23-24, and to 6.5% in financial year 24-25, and therefore accelerate to an average of at least 7% over the medium term. This will likely be driven by growth in industry, services, and agriculture sectors of the economy. On that account, the size of the economy is expected to grow from shillings 184.3 trillion in financial 23-24 to shillings 234.44 trillion in financial 24-25, equivalent to US dollars 63.36 billion at market prices. Shifting the economy to a higher growth path. Over the past decade, economic growth has averaged 4.7% per annum, which is lower than the average growth of 7.3% in the previous decade, as shown in the figure 13. I don't know whether that one is being shown on the screen. Is it being shown on the screen? Oh, Banange. But technology, the main reasons for the slow growth in the past decline, the main reason for the slow growth in the past decade include: 1, the regional and global shocks such as climate change, COVID-19 pandemic, volatility in commodity prices, global and regional conflicts. 2, low productivity in key growth sectors, especially the agricultural sector, which is the backbone of Uganda's economy, as you know. 3, low efficiency, effectiveness, and productivity of government institutions stemming from limited coordination across MDAs and low return on public investments. 4, the high cost of doing business albeit the significant improvement in infrastructure such as roads, energy, and ICT. 5, the high cost of capital, which continue to constrain business growth and innovation, and at the same time creating higher debt servicing costs for government. 6, the domination of raw primary products in the export market, which are vulnerable to world market prices and effects of climate change. 7, limited access to and transfer of technology. And 8, the mismatch between available skills and the labor requirements of the market. Accelerating economic growth and socio-economic transformation require addressing these strategic constraints in the short to the medium term. To achieve the strategic objectives of accelerating economic growth, first, a socio-economic transformation, increasing the size of the economy to US dollars 500 billion in the next 15 years. The budget for financial year 24-25 will contribute to this target by focusing on building an integrated, independent, and self-sustaining economy through the following. 1, security, good governance, the rule of law, which are the bedrock of sustainable economic growth and socio-economic transformation. Let me repeat this, because people are just joking with what we have done here. Ensuring security, good governance, the rule of law, which are the bedrock of sustainable economic growth and socio-economic transformation. Abatabiraba, fetwabiraba, tukitegera bulungi. 2, maintaining the macroeconomic stability, especially keeping inflation low and achieving fiscal sustainability, including debt sustainability, through implementation of fiscal consolidation interventions. 3, boosting household incomes and micro enterprises through effective implementation of all the 7 pillars of the parish development model. 4, commercializing agriculture to enhance production and productivity and improve competitiveness of the agricultural products. 5, development of oil and gas industry, including renewed effort to construct the oil refinery and laying the groundwork for the petrochemical industries. 6, development of mineral sector, including putting in place the required regulatory and governance frameworks. 7, undertaking specific and deliberate investment in the tourism sector, including undertaking reforms in the regulatory environment. 8, supporting private sector growth by improving further the business environment and targeted interventions such as supporting ICT infrastructure, reducing bureaucracy, and reviewing the regulatory frameworks. 9, investing in the people of Uganda through education, health, and social protection measures, as I have said earlier on. 10, revamping the stock and the quality of infrastructure by deliberately prioritizing areas that have immediate high growth impact to lower the cost of doing business. For example, the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Infrastructure Project. 11, putting in place effective frameworks for strategic interventions in innovation and research and development. 12, implementing measures to improve the efficiency, effectiveness, coordination, and productivity of the public sector and public expenditure, including conclusion of the rationalization exercise of the MDS. 13, continued provision of affordable credit by government and unlocking private finance through the Agricultural Credit Facility, which has supported small and large private enterprises. B, the Small Business Recovery Fund for small and medium enterprises. C, a MYOGA for micro enterprises and low-income groups. D, Uganda Development Bank for medium to large enterprises. E, Uganda Development Corporation for equity investments and government taking a lead role in some strategic investments where capital outlays are huge or to de-risk such investments to attract private capital. F, implementing reforms in the pension and insurance sectors for the private sector to access diversified and long-term affordable financing products. This requires political commitment. Continued investment in industrial parks and energy transmission to support private sector activity by reducing cost of production for manufacturers. Continued deepening of regional integration is expected to boost growth in trade and exports following the admission of the Democratic Republic of Congo into the East African community. Implementing climate change interventions to mitigate the adverse effects on agriculture and infrastructure resilience. Ensuring value addition to raw primary commodities and improve standards, including through R&D to boost exports in traditional, regional, and global markets and to penetrate new markets. Implementing interventions to optimize the benefits under the Greater Kampala and Metropolitan Area. The above will be anchored in the recommendations of the recently concluded midterm review of the Third National Development Plan and the Seventh Economic Growth Forum. The key interventions are outlined below. Effective implementation of parish development model. In financial 21-22, government launched the parish development model as the key driver to transform the 39% of the population from subsistence to money economy through job creation, increase in household incomes, and wealth creation. To date, government has invested shillings 2.32 trillion in this model, targeting all the 10,459 parishes across the country. Let me repeat this so that the journalists can capture it well. Journalists, listen. To date, we are talking about parish development model. To date, government has invested shillings 2.32 trillion in this model, targeting all the 10,459 parishes across the country. Journalists, please advertise this for me. Because people, when I travel in the country, people are saying, if we send it to Uganda, we don't see the money. There must be a problem. But the money, as far as the treasury is concerned, it is that money. Next financial year and beyond, the strategy of implementing the model will be strengthened to ensure all 7 pillars are effectively implemented by the respective MDAs for attainment of the intended goal of moving all people from non-cash to cash economy. This will therefore entail the following interventions. 1, effective implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the parish development model. 2, operationalization of the other 6 pillars of PDM beyond the financial inclusion pillar. And 3, streamlining all government program interventions and service delivery at the parish to ensure realization of the PDM. Agricultural production and value addition. This will involve identification of agricultural commodities to be the anchors for agro-industrialization. For example, dairy, cassava, maize, cotton, tea, beef, fish, oil palm. Other proposed interventions areas will include facilitating the process of access to credit for small farmers to affordable costs, increasing long-term capital for SMEs to support agro-industrialization through Uganda Development Bank and SCF, Agricultural Credit Fund. Immediate implementation of the warehouse receipt system to help in sensitization, education, financing, transportation, and aggregation, storage, quality standards, and linkage to markets. Improving agricultural production and productivity, especially through provision of fertilizers, quality seeds, and seedlings for better yields per acre. effective enforcement and implementation of rules and regulations to support exports such as beef, horticulture, and other agricultural products. This includes eliminating counterfeit products, including pesticides, fertilizers, vaccines, etc. Supporting farmers to access micro-scale irrigation systems. Implementation of mainstreaming of climate change mitigation strategies, including A, carbon pricing, investing in emission tracing infrastructure to showcase carbon competitiveness. B, investing in climate smart infrastructure. C, supporting research and development in climate smart technologies. D, investing in economy-wide adaptation in all sectors, e.g., efficient irrigation structures and water management infrastructure, introduction of and adoption of drought-prone and flood-prone crop varieties. E, make financing options more accessible, such as insurance schemes for agriculture. Diversifying the source of electricity and invest in expanding the geographical coverage to support agro-industrialization. And lastly, improve reliability and reduce the cost of electricity. Now we turn to development of oil and the gas sector and the petrochemical industry. Accelerating in oil and gas will be instrumental in contributing to faster growth of Uganda next financial year and over the medium term by, 1, accelerating the construction of the East African crude oil pipeline. 2, expediting the construction of the oil refinery by government taking a lead role in mobilization of funding and undertaking the required investments using appropriated funds. 3, prioritization of the Kabalega Industrial Business Park to include the petrochemical industries arising from the oil refinery, eco activities, and the airport infrastructure. 4, completing the construction of Kabalega International Airport by providing the required financing requirements. And 5, the development of the refined oil facility in Bujuko. 6, strengthening the Uganda Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative to improve the governance and management of extractive industries. Now I turn to accelerated development of mineral sector. Development of the mining sector and its value chains through establishment of a conglomerate of specific companies in this sector to operate and undertake mineral processing in Uganda. This will entail the following. 1, expedite the mapping of mineral resources for the country and documenting the mineral potential for strategic investors. 2, putting in place a governance framework for the exploration and the development of mineral sector. 3, ensuring transparency of mining activities and accountability for the revenues to government through royalties and taxes. And 4, establishment of more beneficiation facilities in the country and establishing a minerals tracking system to ease exports. Unlocking the constraints to tourism development. Unlocking the constraint to tourism development, we require the following interventions in order to boost growth. 1, improving the roads, ICT, and other infrastructure in all tourism sites. 2, ensuring security and countering negative publicity and negative travel advisories. Let me repeat this. Ensuring security and countering negative publicity and negative travel advisories. Promotion and marketing by hiring international specialized consultants or bodies. supporting training in hospitality and state standards, grading of tourism facilities based on international standards and enforcement of sanitation standards, promotion of health tourism for health services and education tourism targeting regional markets. Finally, promoting the untapped domestic tourism market to help sustain tourist facilities in very low seasons. Continuation of the export strategy and import supply replacement strategy through the industrialization drive, local content strategy, and agro-based manufacturing. Implementation of this strategy will require promoting, let me repeat, the other item now, to continue implementing of the export strategy and import replacement strategy through the industrialization drive, local content strategy, and agro-based manufacturing. Implementation of this strategy will require, 1, promoting targeted industries and enterprises with critical focus on export-oriented industries. 2, supporting various strategic sectors with the goal of developing domestic competences and skilled labor, promote economic growth and lay foundation for industrialization. 3, developing export products where we have comparative and competitive advantages. 4, developing specialization in export markets. 5, enforcing quality standards along the entire processing chain from farm to market, including reforming the UNBS to improve its governance and technical capacity as a regulator to supervise and enforce quality standards. 6, urgently hire more quality inspectors, especially at the border crossings. And 7, political negotiation of trade markets in the context of deepening regional integration and promoting intra-Africa trade. Now, investing in the people of Uganda. Human capital development is central for the development of a healthy population and a skilled labor force through provision of quality health care, education, and safe and clean water. In financial 24-25, the strategy will focus on the following sub-program interventions. Listen, health. The health sub-program aims at providing high-quality and accessible health services to all people in Uganda, including addressing broader determinants of health to attain socio-economic development and prosperity. To achieve this, the following focus areas will guide the planning and budgeting process for financial 24-25. 1, prevention and control of communicable diseases, with a focus on high-burden diseases and epidemic-prone diseases through community-based surveillance approaches. 2, expansion of community-level health promotion, education, and prevention services in all programs. 3, prevention and control of non-communicable diseases. 4, improvement of reproductive, maternal, neonatal, child, and adolescent health services by functionalizing theaters at health centers, force and equipping, that is, fridges, power backup, laboratory reagents, and provision of blood transfusion services. 5, improving the emergency medical services, critical care, and the referral system through functionalization of high dependence units, ICUs, in referral hospitals and hospitals along highways, training in pre-hospital and hospital emergency care, and improving communication on referral and ambulance systems. 6, supporting improvement in health information management and use, research and technology by rolling out the electronic medical records system right from the regional referral hospitals down to the health center floors in a phased manner. 7, functionalizing all the upgraded health facilities under the Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer Program for results. Meanwhile, in financial 24-25, a total of 122 health facilities upgraded in various years shall be completed and functionalized to offer services to level 3. Fast-tracking the establishment of the National Health Insurance Scheme and improve the allocative and technical efficiency in the provision of financial resources in the health sector with a focus on prevention against security. Don't worry. I don't need your water, my friend. I've done this before, so I know I can still continue doing it. Education. Under the Education SAM program, the following areas will inform the planning and budgeting process for financial 24-25. Under this program, the following will be addressed. Promotion of STEM, STI in education, research, and development. Development of a complete national vocational qualification framework. Enhancing capacity of the skilling institutions to cope with the growing demands of the current labor market skills. 4, improved data management and evidence-based planning through upgrade of ISMIS to include tracking, enrollment, dropout, retention, uniquely identified learners, teachers, and institutions. 5, increased uptake of the digitalization strategy in the program through rollout and maintenance of systems such as TELA, e-inspection, TMIS, e-learning, and national ambulance system. The budget for financial year 24-25 will focus on further improving access to safe water and sanitation in both rural and urban areas. More resources will also be redirected towards increasing the stock, access, and availability of water for production through the following interventions. 1, construction, rehabilitation, expansion of large, medium, and small piped water systems in all urban areas and rural growth centers with emphasis on the underserved areas of the country. This will also include boreholes, solar-powered pumps, and public standpipes. 2, strengthening and integration of the water user committees, monitoring and reporting the parish development model across the country. 3, construction of public and community sanitization facilities such as fecal sludges and waterborne toilets. 4, promotion of monetized water supply systems through construction of solar-powered schemes. And 5, integration of sanitation facilities in other projects, especially under education and health in line with the programmatic approach for planning. 6, development of a water and sanitation information management system under the Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer Program, which fit with support from the World Bank to facilitate monitoring and reporting of access to safe water and sanitation. Investment in science, innovation, research, and development. This will be undertaken in all spheres of production and business processes to spur growth. It will include, among others, support to research and development in public universities and institutions such as National Agricultural Research Organization and its affiliates countrywide, as well as strengthening partnerships with private sector research and development institutions and scientists in the pathogenic and knowledge economy. Therefore, harnessing the power of the fourth industrial revolution and the knowledge-based economy will require, one, supporting research and development, R&D, for new product development, new business ways, and innovation. Two, deliberate investment to improve the quality of education, skills development, and investment in ICT-based skills development. Three, putting in place a strategy for long-term development of specialized skills to support a more sophisticated and diversified economy. Four, developing an effective apprenticeship program with the more developed and emerging economies to quickly acquire knowledge, expertise, and technology transfer. Five, linking research hubs with universities and industry operators. And six, putting in place a reward system and a function transparent patent system for innovations. Private sector development and manufacturing. This will require harmonization of policies and regulation to relate and reduce regulatory bottlenecks for investment by enforcing rules and regulations that support manufacturing, business growth, and accountability. Intensify the fight against corruption, tall order. Intensifying the fight against corruption and ensuring fair play for economic and business agents firms. Industrial development and manufacturing. 8 government-owned industrial parks are currently operational, and they include Namamve, Jinja, Bweyogerere, Mbale, Soroti, Kasese, Luzira. In addition, there are 3 industrial parks developed under the public-private partnership arrangement at Kapeka, Mukono, and Buikwe. Uganda Investment Authority has acquired additional 12 square miles for industrial development as provided by various local governments across the 18 zones in the country. In line with the development agenda for industrialization and manufacturing, this strategy will focus at ensuring functionality of all these industrial parks with adequate provision of electricity, water, interconnection roads, among others, integrated infrastructure development and services. The focus of this program will be on increasing funding for road maintenance and preservation of the road assets value, completing ongoing road upgrades and rehabilitation projects with a special focus on the oil roads and tourism roads, and undertaking preparatory activities for new projects in the future, including undertaking studies and acquiring infrastructure corridors for future investments. Further, investment in intermodal transportation will be made in rail transport, including construction of the standard gauge railway and the continuation of the rehabilitation projects of the meter gauge railway, which will be key in connecting productive areas to the market, opening up regional markets, moving heavy cargo from roads to railways, and thus reducing freight costs and road maintenance requirements in the long run. Under air transport, efforts will be put towards operationalization of the Kabalega International Airport in Hoima and the completion of ongoing studies for upgrading 6 regional aerodromes, including Gulu, Kidepo, Kisoro, Arua, Kasese, and Pakuba. Furthermore, government will reduce the unit costs for construction of transport infrastructure in order to reduce the burden of the overall resource envelope. Let me repeat this. Furthermore, government will reduce the costs for construction of transport infrastructure in order to reduce the burden on the overall resource envelope. In order to improve road safety, government will implement motor vehicle tracking through the Intelligent Transport Management System, undertake motor vehicle inspection, and address the issues of road furniture vandalism. People steal, road marks, may God bless them. Digital transformation and automation of the economy. The goal of the program is to increase ICT penetration and use ICT services. The program will continue with the implementation of the last mile connectivity, rollout of broadband infrastructure in key government service delivery units, ensuring all essential service providers such as schools, hospitals, post offices, tourism sites, police, local governments, etc., through the Uganda Digital Acceleration Program. And the program will also support the rollout of e-services such as e-extension, e-education, e-health, and remote collaboration solutions to digitally transform public service delivery. In addition, the program will also support the development and commercialization of local ICT products and build a critical mass of talent to develop applications and services through the ICT Innovation Fund, and provide digital literacy training to SMEs and communities to create awareness about ICTs and empower them in the use of ICT products and services. Public sector effectiveness and accountability. Under this program, key intervention will include: 1, expediting the rationalization of government agencies to create efficiency gains with and improve coordination, as well as ensuring effectiveness and efficiency of public resources utilization. This will also include the non-creation of new administrative units. Let me repeat this, that my fellow politicians will murder me on this. This will also include the non-creation of new administrative units within the spirit of rationalization of public expenditure. 2, holding government accounting officers accountable for service delivery. 3, improving the return on investment for public investment to increase productivity and multiply effects on the economy. Implementing the public investment management system reforms and improving governance of project selection and introducing a competitive process to contractors. 4, effective and efficient utilization of public funds, including borrowed funds. This requires a proper project assessment studies and a transparent project selection process based on the potential to contribute to socio-economic transformation. 5, effective supervision of government projects to ensure value for money, improve the return on investment on public expenditures, and realize the required multiplier effects in the economy. 6, improving coordination with the Uganda Investment Authority on removing binding constraints to investment. These are high cost of capital, expensive and reliable power, high costs of transport, etc. 7, ensuring balanced growth across regions of the country regarding the distribution of new projects, prioritizing lagging regions and districts, addressing the security and good governance. Matters of national security and adequacy of governance structures remain the bedrocks of development. Addressing the challenges impacting the performance and delivery of services by all sister security organs will be in the focus of the budget for next year. These will include the Uganda People's Defense Forces, Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Prison Service. On the same note, improving governance effectiveness for national socio-economic transformation will be instrumental for private sector development and foreign direct inflows, and for steady global, continental, and regional competitiveness. Next financial year, the following will be undertaken. 1, supporting the welfare of our security agencies. I feel sad when I go around in Tinda there and I see the type of accommodation our police are living in. It's not smart at all. Enhance surveillance and improving timely crime detection to the upkeep of law and order. 3, increase support to the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity and the Office of the Inspectorate of Government. 4, integration of human rights culture to accommodate diversity and inclusion. 5, enhance inspection, monitoring, and evaluation of government projects. 6, enhancing support for better performance of Uganda's diplomatic missions abroad. And 7, strengthening the performance of program secretariats to improve communication, coordination, and cooperation of MDs. Social protection. Social protection follows the human life cycle. Uganda's social protection strategy is well diversified, inclusive, and ensures the protection and promotion of fundamental and other human rights and freedoms. Government has in place a number of interventions: universal primary and secondary education, persons living with disabilities, persons living with HIV/AIDS, the elderly persons through the Social Assistance Grant for the Elderly, SAGE, Youth Livelihoods Program for the Youth, Uganda Women's Empowerment Program, WEP, Emyoga, Small Business Recovery Fund, now the newly introduced parish development model, which is targeting the 39% of vulnerable households trapped in a subsistence economy that government is committed to delivering them to the money economy. To ensure functionality of the above interventions, therefore, the following areas will guide the planning and budget of financial 24-25. 1, continue with the implementation of the parish development model while targeting enterprises that will foster income generation and improve living standards for all. 2, continue to support provision of social services for all, e.g., primary health care, universal primary, and secondary education. 3, enhancing support for inclusive businesses recovery and growth. And 4, concession of financing to enhance support for the youth, women, PWs, and the elderly, etc. 5, recovery of UWEP and YLP funds from the beneficiaries to sustain and make affordable and accessible availability of the revolving fund. 6, regulation of and the externalization of labor through the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. And 7, strengthening occupational safety and health. Now, addressing the main factors of production to create wealth. The NRM has been working hard to improve the 5 factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship, and knowledge, and markets. The ministry's efforts are geared towards harnessing the factors of production as follows. Capital. Government has addressed all segments of the economic agents, large and medium enterprises through capitalization of UDB and UDC, to small and micro enterprises by allocating resources to the Microfinance Support Center, Small Business Recovery Fund, Agricultural Creative Facility, Women and Youth Funds, Emyoga, and PDM. A total of shillings 2.1 trillion has been provided in this financial to support wealth creators to access patient and affordable capital. Now we turn to land. The interventions to improve governance and efficient utilization of land include titling 80,000 pieces of land every year under the Competitive and Enterprise Development Project. 2, this digitization of the land registry and take services closer to the people by opening up zone offices. 3, continued capitalization of land fund to purchase and or compensate landowners. Labor. A total of 1.8 million jobs have been created in the period between 2016 and 2021 in all sectors of the economy, and more jobs will be created by implementing interventions to accelerating economic growth outlined in this strategy. The budget for financial 24-25 will continue to give emphasis on teaching science subjects, skilling through vocational and apprenticeship, training, innovation, and research and development, entrepreneurship. Support to entrepreneurship involves the following: women and youth funds. 2, generating growth opportunities and productivity for women project. 3, Uganda investment for industrial transformation and employment. 4, the HE zonal industrial training hubs in carpentry, fabrication, welding, shoemaking, embroidery, tailoring, weaving, hairdressing, knitting, bakery, crafts, and stone cutting. 5, support to creative art by supporting copyrights and infrastructure for production of songs, films, comedies, and providing access to patient and affordable finance. Ultimately, the private sector will remain the main facilitator of entrepreneurship, and the budget has support a number of interventions to scale up the capacity of local enterprises and financial development institutions, science, technology, and innovation. To build the knowledge economy requires enhancing science, technology, innovation, STI, by providing additional resources for scientists and innovators starting this financial year. Then the markets. Government is continuing to work with the rest of East Africa to trade together under the common market agreements of the East African Community, COMESA, but also to negotiate with bigger markets in Asia, China, Russia, Eastern Europe, United Emirates, and the rest of the Middle East. Emphasis will be put on strengthening market entry by facilitating the private sector to set up export hubs in strategic markets. Government is also deepening industrialization beyond the production of raw materials and intermediate goods to tertiary products such as industrial sugar, casein, industrial starch, among others. Also, investment in facilities to meet phytosanitary, that one, requirements to make our products competitive on the world market will be prioritized in the financial year 24-25. Now, climate smart agriculture. The financial year 24-25 budget will continue to prioritize climate smart agriculture. This has included the provision of US dollars 354 million this financial year for the following. 1, mechanization, US dollars 121 million. 2, seed multiplication and research, 47 million US dollars. 3, scaling up small-scale solar power irrigation, US dollars 62 million. 5, fisheries, $50 million. 5, pest and disease control, 37 million US dollars. 6, storage, particularly of agricultural inputs and certification, $37 million. Administration of justice. Administration of justice directly contributes to structural transformation of an economy by promoting the rule of law through effective regulations of economic activity, classification and affirmation of rights, and strengthening laws, regulations, and institutional framework. To improve access to justice for all Ugandans, government will focus at enhancing the performance of institutions involved in the administration of justice. Adjudication of cases should be handled in a judicious, impartial, expeditious manner in order to raise the confidence of citizens and investors in the rule of law and the justice system for national development. The focus for next financial year on improving efficiency and effectiveness in administration of justice will be through, 1, development of appropriate infrastructure for administration of justice. Special focus will be on construction and equipping of courts and additional justice centers. 2, strengthening the capacity of human resources through recruitment of judicial officers and relevant non-judicial officers to further extend judicial services nearer to the people. This would reduce case backlog through improved staffing levels and case management innovations. 3, strengthen courts to resolve disputes in special areas including land, commercial, family disputes, environment, standards, utilities, and tax disputes. 4, enhancing support to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. 5, advancing the use of ICT and other technologies. Focus will be on rolling out electronic court case management information system to additional courts, procurement and installation of court recording and transcription systems, and video conferencing systems to enhance capacity of courts to handle cases online. 6, promoting alternative dispute resolution and other case management interventions such as plea bargaining, small claims procedure, and mediation. 7, operationalize more high court circuits and strengthen the inspectorate functions in the administration of justice system. And 8, strengthen prevention, detection, investigation, and education of corruption. Issues of legislation. The legislature program will focus on the following intervention areas in line with NDP 3, and will undertake the following in order to achieve the NDP 3 goals. Given the ever-changing socio-economic environment, both in the short and medium term. 1, timely enactment of legislation to support implementation of NDP 3 interventions and other government policies and programs to properly address the needs of the people of Uganda. 3, strengthening the oversight role by building capacity in PFM reforms for improved service delivery. 3, improve transparency and compliance with accountability rules and regulation, especially on parliamentary recommendations. And 4, strengthen stakeholder engagement and participation in the legislative process to ease implementation of enacted legislations. Ladies and gentlemen, other program intervention areas will be undertaken in line with NDP 3 and agreed principles of planning and budgeting for financial 24-25. Now, I'm about to close. I'm about to end. Oh, it's been a bit long. The medium-term financing strategy. Funding the intervention areas of the budget strategy for financial 24-25, proposed above, will require adoption of the following financing frameworks. Deepening the fiscal consolidation agenda. This will include undertaking the following interventions: effective implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy to enhance revenue collection through digitalization of the tax system, enhancing the audits and taming tax evasions and avoidance, adequate staffing and training of URR staff, rationalizing tax expenditure and also publishing them regularly to facilitate cost-effective assessments, ultimately helping to reduce wasteful tax expenditures. Strengthening the social contract of the tax system, effective service delivery to justify to Ugandans why they should pay taxes. Undertaking fiscal adjustment to generate higher growth and support faster socio-economic transformation. 3, reducing wasteful expenditures through repurposing the large public administration budget, improving efficiency across government, strengthening anti-corruption system through digitization and automation, that is e-government, and repurposing the budget. 4, undertaking policies to reduce inefficiencies in the social sectors, especially education and health. These inefficiencies include absenteeism of the teachers, repetition and dropout of students, as well as diversion of funds. 5, reducing borrowing, particularly from domestic resources and external commercial loans, which have high debt service costs and have resulted in narrow fiscal space for development spending. 6, effective implementation of the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility and the East African Community Fiscal Convergence criteria of limiting the budget deficit to 3% of GDP in the medium term. And 7, improving efficiency in execution of projects and public investment, especially with respect to project implementation and maintenance of physical assets. In addition, incorporating climate change perspectives in managing these investments. Implementation of the public investment financing strategy to diversify development financing options and ensure debt sustainability. This will entail the following: leveraging additional financing from innovative sources to meet the increasing development finance requirements. Implementation of this strategy is being expedited. Diversify sources of development finance and improve alignment of financing options to suitable government programs. This includes domestic revenue, concession financing, grants and loans, PPPs, corporate and private equity, institutional finance such as pension funds and insurance products, climate finance, infrastructure bonds, Islamic finance, etc. 3, minimize the cost and risk exposure of financing modalities. The ministry is already undertaking financial market sounding by calling for several mechanisms that are innovative, less costly, and undertaking clear due diligence to minimize risk. 4, provide a framework for partnership with the private sector, both in implementing and financing public investment programs and projects. Now, financing agricultural value chains. The following measures are proposed to be undertaken to help finance the strategy next fiscal year. 1, reorganizing existing resources across all the sectors that deliver agro-industrialization in conformity with the presidential directive on the realization of the real economy through industrialization, through industrializing agriculture. 2, accessing recapitalization of UDB and UDC to support the NDP3 agro-industrialization program. 3, reorienting the portfolio of the agricultural credit facility to close financing gaps along the agricultural value chains. 4, supporting UDC to undertake joint ventures in enterprises with agriculture value chains. Financing of the development of the mineral sector. The mineral sector development is a capital-intensive venture, as we all know. To attract capital and technology in the mining sector, the following is proposed. 1, government will establish a conglomerate of the specific companies in the mineral sector and then form a special purpose vehicle that is 100% government-owned. 2, this special purpose vehicle becomes the shareholding company. 3, government then would have the following options: hiring specialized international management concessions to manage mining, processing, and marketing of the final products on behalf of government with all the revenue coming into the Uganda economy. 5, selling some equity shares to the SPV to some strategic investors in order to attract technology and capital. And then 6, acquisition of the required high capital equipment through leasing arrangements. 7, listing the conglomerate SPV on the international capital market to raise the necessary capital. And lastly, 8, working out a revenue sharing mechanism agreement between investors and the government. Risks and mitigation measures. The factors likely to undermine the implementation of the budget strategy for the next financial year will include: 1, low domestic revenue performance could undermine the implementation of this strategy. 2, global and regional rise in demand for petroleum products could lead to imported inflation, and subsequent increase in the prices of essential goods may lead to suppression of aggregate demand, hence negatively affecting taxes on consumption. 3, exchange rate depreciation may dampen the volumes of trade, hence lower than projected international trade taxes. However, with coordinated and prudent fiscal and monetary policy management between this ministry and the Bank of Uganda, we shall be in a position to mitigate against the above factors impacting the economy. The preliminary resource envelope now, I turn to that. Preliminary domestic revenue is projected to increase to shillings 29,557.9 billion in financial year 24-25 from 29,672.3 billion. The total resource envelope for financial 2024-25 amounts to 52,722.7 billion Uganda shillings. Due to the large debt servicing costs, the government of Uganda resources available for allocation have reduced to shillings 21,734 billion for financial 24-25 from 25,205.2 billion this financial year. Let me repeat this. The preliminary domestic revenue is projected to increase to shillings 29,957.9 million in financial year 24-25 from 29,672.3 billion. The total resource envelope for financial 2024-25 amounts to 52,722.7 billion. Due to the large debt servicing costs, the government resource available for allocation have reduced to shillings 21,734 billion for financial 24-25 from 25,205.2 billion this financial year. So we have contracted. That's what I'm trying to enforce. Other emerging government priorities will be financed within the principles of the fiscal consolidation agenda. Feedback on the salient issues raised during the last budget consultative process for financial year 23-24. To ensure continuity in planning, budgeting, and execution, reporting, and accountability, I wish to provide a status update on some of the critical policy and administrative issues that were raised during the last National Budget Conference and local government regional workshops. Issue number one, I'm about to close, I'm about to finish. There are many MDs and some with unclear and similar mandates. Government should expedite the rationalization of administrative units and public expenditure. You all know this. Progress. Government under Cabinet Minute 280 CT and Cabinet Memorandum CT 92 has submitted the Omnibus Bill to Parliament for approval to implement the rationalization of public expenditure, including government MDS. Issue number two, effective management of Uganda's public debt. The progress. Uganda has since adopted a coherent fiscal consolidation program that includes stronger revenue mobilization, effectiveness and efficiency of public expenditure, and a reduction of Uganda's debt. Issue number three, lack of connection of MDs leading to silo planning, implementation, reporting, and accountability, as well as wastage of resources. The progress. Government fully transitioned from sector-wide approach to program-based planning and budgeting, and all challenges related to former have since been resolved. Issue number four, accumulation of arrears has constrained private sector credit stock. Government remains committed to clearing the existing arrears of stock annually. Issue number five, lack of quality seed and seedlings is affecting agricultural production and productivity for both domestic consumption and for the market. The progress is. P.S. The progress, I have not seen it. That one, I will come to that maybe. Now, issue number six, non-payment of ex gratia for local government newly created administrative units. Progress. Government has, in this financial year, provided a supplementary of 34 billion to cater for all ex gratia non-payments and shortfalls. Issue number seven, the poor state of roads in districts, cities, municipalities makes access difficult. I have seen that one. Me, I grew in the village and I stay much of the time in the village. Progress. Government has provided shillings 1 billion for each district, city, municipality for opening and maintenance of roads. Local government, it seems I'm not achieving. Many people think we are not achieving. 1 billion per district. Issue number 8, Wikifit hybrid lotting procurement has caused more implementation challenges and should be addressed. Progress. Minister of Finance will discuss this issue with the World Bank for the success program that Wikifit have ended because the program will end in financial 24-25. Now I'm concluding. The budget strategy for financial 24-25 is designed to accelerate economic growth to 6.5% next financial year, and by at least 7% over the medium term through a shift from raw materials-based to a manufacturing and knowledge-based economy, as well as improving the environment of doing business in Uganda and making it competitive. This will ultimately contribute to the building of an independent, integrated, and self-sustaining economy over the medium term. Special attention will therefore be paid on the proposed interventions areas to guide the planning and budgeting for the financial year. Accordingly, I call upon my colleague ministers preside over your respective programs and accounting officers during this process to guarantee collective responsibility and ownership of the overall plan and budget, including the National Budget Framework Paper for financial year 24-25 up to 28-29. To our esteemed development partners, civil society organizations, and the private sector, I wish to reassure you all that Uganda's planning and budgeting process is very transparent, inclusive, merits us all. It is my appeal that we give support to this process to ensure we achieve the common goal of delivering socio-economic transformation to all Ugandans. I thank you for all listening to me for good in my country. This is another budget speech.
Let us give our brother a big hand. Thank you so much. Okay. Members, if we turn to our program, I can see it is time for break. And I will definitely make you go for break. And then we come after 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our protocol, you're advised to take the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the ministers to the designated place. May I request the rest of us to go to the front of the building. There is a tent set up for coffee and teas. We request that you allow the Right Honorable Prime Minister to exit with the ministers, and then they will follow and use the tent. Once again, thank you for coming. We'll try to keep within the 20 minutes and we'll commence business thereafter. Thank you very much.
Uganda's economy has remained resilient and continues on a steady recovery from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the 2022-2023 financial year, the economy grew at a healthy 5.5% per annum. With the 2023-2024 budget now in effect, the aim is to continue advancing the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. The theme is the full monetization of the economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. In the past financial year, Uganda was named the #1 investment destination in East Africa by the AIM Global 2023 Abu Dhabi. The country has also been ranked among the top 10 African countries for Best Investment Destination by the African Development Bank. It is now also ranked first in East Africa for capital market growth by Absa Bank. The economy grew from 162.9 trillion to 184.3 trillion shillings now. In dollar terms, an increase from $45.6 billion to $49.4 billion. Factors for the expansion of the economy are the services sector, which grew by 6.2% from 4.1% the previous year. The agriculture sector grew 5% despite the dry spell. The industrial sector grew 3.9% and was driven by manufacturing and construction. Inflation has also continued to slow down from a peak of 10.7% in the previous fiscal year to 6.2%. The export of Uganda's merchandise goods expanded to $4.2 billion from $3.1 billion in the previous financial year. This was driven by increases in the exports of gold, coffee, fish, sugar, beans, maize, and light manufactured products to regional markets. The Parish Development Model (PDM) was launched in 2022, and a total of 590.2 billion shillings has been disbursed to all the 10,459 parishes in the country. Under the Emyoga initiative, seed capital worth 249 billion was disbursed to 6,721 constituency-based Emyoga circles by March 2023. Over 600,000 individuals successfully applied for credit from their parish-based associations, of which almost half, 46%, were women, the youth at 25%, and PWDs at 4%. As efforts continue to grow, local enterprises, 19 skilling centers were established across the country under the Presidential Industrial Hubs initiative. 28,750 trainees have successfully completed training in skills program, and 6,110 are undergoing training in various fields. The initiative has also empowered the ghetto and less privileged urban youths across all the 5 divisions of Kampala. The country's universities, tertiary institutions and vocational training centers are producing the manpower required to power Uganda's industrial development and growth. Innovation hubs have sprung up where young, creative minds are developing new ideas and applications which are essential to catapult the country into the artificial intelligence era. Indeed, a lot has been achieved in the various sectors of the economy. Several irrigation projects have been completed and commissioned. Farmers continue to be provided with quality certified seeds and breeding stock for livestock farmers. For any meaningful growth in production and productivity to take place, post-harvest losses have been stemmed. Farmers and farmer groups have been supported with post-harvest handling equipment and assisted with setting up of modern storage facilities. Dairy production areas have been provided with milk coolers, high-grade milk handling equipment to facilitate post-harvest milk handling and transportation. Commercialization of agriculture is in high gear, whether on small or large-scale farms. Large coffee estates are being encouraged and actively promoted by government. The Macadamia Value Chain Development Project is underway with modern farmers and processes like Amag Farm in Mityana providing the lead. Hass Avocado is another value chain and a development, with Musubi Farm in eastern Uganda leading the way for farmers in the country to take on the commodity. Fish farming has been commercialized with companies like Victoria Treasures in Garuga, which farms now tilapia for the export market. One of the pillars for development is the industrialization drive. In 2022-2023, 8 government-owned industrial parks became operational in Namamve, Jinja, Bweyogere, Mbale, Soroti, Mbara, Kasese, Luzira. They are complemented by 3 privately developed industrial parks at Kapeka, Mukono, and Buikwe. Uganda's reputation as a tourism destination has continued to grow and was ranked by CNN as one of the top 10 best tourist destinations in the world. To consolidate this, the government plans to continue promoting domestic and inbound tourism. This includes marketing Uganda as a global and regional center for meetings, incentives, conference and exhibitions. Uganda has several top-quality hotels dotted across the country to provide world-class accommodation and other creature comforts. Coupled with the friendly population, Uganda has quickly evolved into the entertainment hub of the East African region, offering a vibrant entertainment scenery. Over the last financial year, there were visible improvements in healthcare outcomes, access to knowledge, and a decent standard of living. Today, on average, Ugandans live longer up to 64 years, up from 53 years as recently as 2015. More children are now attaining more years of schooling and enjoy higher incomes per capita. In the course of the fiscal year, 381 Health Center 2s were upgraded into Health Center 3s. 250 Health Center 3s were upgraded to Health Center 4. They have also been equipped and are now functional. 31 new Health Center 3s are under construction and are 90% complete in sub-counties that previously did not have any. The health referral system has also been enhanced. 143 intensive care units and 5 high dependency units in national and regional referral hospitals across the country have now been made fully functional. These will be completed with the full operationalization of the Mulago Super Specialized Hospital and the new state-of-the-art intensive care unit at the Uganda Cancer Institute. These advances go a long way in providing specialized care to all Ugandans and the reduction of medical referrals abroad. Significant progress has been registered in access to education. The literacy rate has steadily improved from 70.2% in 2012 to 79% in 2021. 8.8 million children are now enrolled in public primary schools. 833,000 pupils are in secondary, while 74,000 students are enrolled in tertiary institutions. In the course of the last financial year, 3,100 teachers were trained and inspection of learning institutions using e-inspection was enhanced in a bid to improve delivery of the recently launched curriculum. The Mountains of the Moon University was operationalized during the year. Upgrading of facilities was completed at Uganda Technical Colleges in Lira, Elgon and Bushenyi. 115 seed secondary schools in sub-counties without are currently undergoing construction. National safe and clean water coverage for human consumption now stands at 70%, with 67% access in rural areas and 72% in urban areas. Provision of safe water for the Greater Kampala metropolitan area is undergoing expansion and modernization with new pumping stations and distribution networks under construction. Additionally, 40 solar-powered mini-piped schemes serving 173,000 persons have been constructed across 15 least served districts. The goal of government is to enhance access to safe and clean water to 85% coverage in rural areas and 100% coverage in urban areas by the year 2025. Transport infrastructure development is a major goal for Uganda's economic development. From a total of only 7,900 kilometers in 1986, today, Uganda's road network has expanded 20-fold to almost 160,000 kilometers. 6,700 kilometers of today's road network is paved, while the rest of the network allows access to the remotest parts of Uganda. Several ferries and support infrastructure like ferry landings are operational, allowing easy and safe access to communities living on the numerous islands of Uganda's lakes. The full rehabilitation of the Kampala-Malaba and Torogulu meter gauge railways is expected to commence in 2023-2024. For air travel, the redevelopment and expansion of Entebbe International Airport is now 85% complete, with full completion due in July 2024. The construction of Kabalega International Airport now stands at 91.7% and will be completed by September 2023. the power generation capacity in the country increased to 1,378.1 megawatts from 1,343.9 megawatts in March 2022. With the commission of the Karuma hydropower project planned for September 2023, generation capacity will grow to 1,978 megawatts. For power transmission infrastructure, a total of 417 kilometers of transmission lines was added to the main grid during the year, bringing the total transmission line network to 4,011 kilometers. The 248-kilometer Karuma-Kawanda, the 55-kilometer Karuma-Oluyo, and the 76-kilometer Karuma-Lira lines are now completed and will enable the transfer of electricity from the 600-megawatt Karuma Dam. Further plans are afoot next financial year to construct 761 kilometers of transmission lines and power substations in order to improve the stability and reliability of the national electricity distribution networks. Digital transformation is now one of the major objectives of the government. To date, 4,707 kilometers of optic fiber has been laid across the country. Geographical coverage of broadband services, 3G, now stands at 66%, and 25 broadband sites have been upgraded to 3G, providing services to over 700,000 Ugandans. Free Wi-Fi hotspots have been established at 9 border posts, namely Rakahaka, Bondwe, Mutukula, Busia, Vura, Katuna, and Elegu. In the current financial year, Wi-Fi will be expanded to 820 locations, targeting schools, hospitals, markets in selected sub-regions. In the all-important oil and gas sector, the final investment decision for the development of the East African crude oil pipeline was taken on 2nd February 2022. This now paves the way for fast-tracking the construction of the East African crude oil pipeline. The proposed national oil refinery and associated infrastructure in Hoima is under development. Infrastructure is also in place or is in the process of being installed and constructed for the country to begin pumping oil for local consumption and export in order to earn the country valuable foreign exchange. Science, innovation, and scientific research are key tenets for national development. Government has funded and supported several innovation and scientific research initiatives that will propel the Ugandan industry into the high-technology economy. They include vaccines research and development. This includes therapeutics and diagnostics, which will enable Uganda to enter into pathogen economy. There is also advanced automotive industry technology development and chipset and robotics manufacturing. Due to the importance of science, salaries for scientists were by 508 billion shillings. Efforts to support science will be ongoing, and scientists and innovators shall be helped to register their intellectual property rights. Development of the minerals sectors is also crucial for the transformation of Uganda's economy. Several strategic minerals like gold, rare earth for the high-tech manufacturing sectors, phosphate for the manufacture of fertilizers, huge reserves of high-grade iron ore, uranium, among others, are under exploration and development in Uganda. The new Minerals and Mining Act came into force in 2022. It is now in the process of being operationalized in order to regulate artisanal and small-scale miners who were previously not catered for. Government continues to strengthen security, good governance, and the rule of law. These are essential for the success of socio-economic interventions. The construction of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal buildings in Kampala and the Soroti and Rukunjiri High Court buildings will be completed. In addition, the High Court buildings in Aleptong, Budaka and Lyantonde and the Magistrate Court buildings in Karenga, Patongo and Abim will also be completed. In the course of the last fiscal year, tax laws were amended to improve the tax system and ensure fairness. The results generated 615 billion shillings in additional revenue, or 0.3% of GDP. The 2022-2023 financial year indeed witnessed Uganda's steady recovery from COVID-19. But modernization and commercialization of Africa still face challenges. The same with the manufacturing and services sector. However, they also offer opportunities. The economy is now set for transformation from a raw materials-based economy to a manufacturing and knowledge-based economy. It has set the stage for value addition, business growth, and job creation, a modern economy on the path to middle-income status. Uganda's economy has remained resilient and continues on a steady recovery from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the 2022-2023 financial year, the economy grew at a healthy 5.5% per annum. With the 2023-2024 budget now in effect, the aim is to continue advancing the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. The theme is the full monetization of the economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. In the past financial year, Uganda was named the #1 investment destination in East Africa by the AIM Global 2023 Abu Dhabi. The country has also been ranked among the top 10 African countries for best investment destination by the African Development Bank. It is now also ranked first in East Africa for capital market growth by Absa Bank. The economy grew from 162.9 trillion to 184.3 trillion shillings now. In dollar terms, an increase from $45.6 billion to $49.4 billion. Factors for the expansion of the economy are the services sector, which grew by 6.2% from 4.1% the previous year. The agriculture sector grew 5% despite the dry spell. The industrial sector grew 3.9% and was driven by manufacturing and construction. Inflation has also continued to slow down from a peak of 10.7% in the previous fiscal year to 6.2%. The export of Uganda's merchandise goods expanded to $4.2 billion from $3.1 billion in the previous financial year. This was driven by increases in the exports of gold, coffee, fish, sugar, beans, maize, and light manufactured products to regional markets. The Parish Development Model (PDM) was launched in 2022, and a total of 590.2 billion shillings has been disbursed to all the 10,459 parishes in the country. Under the Emyoga initiative, seed capital worth 249 billion was disbursed to 6,721 constituency-based Emyoga circles by March 2023. Over 600,000 individuals successfully applied for credit from their parish-based associations, of which almost half, 46%, were women, the youth at 25%, and PWDs at 4%. As efforts continue to grow, local enterprises, 19 skilling centers were established across the country under the Presidential Industrial Hubs initiative. 28,750 trainees have successfully completed training in skills program, and 6,110 are undergoing training in various fields. The initiative has also empowered the ghetto and less privileged urban youths across all the 5 divisions of Kampala. The country's universities, tertiary institutions, and vocational training centers are producing the manpower required to power Uganda's industrial development and growth. Innovation hubs have sprung up where young, creative minds are developing new ideas and applications which are essential to catapult the country into the artificial intelligence era. Indeed, a lot has been achieved in the various sectors of the economy. Several irrigation projects have been completed and commissioned. farmers continue to be provided with quality certified seeds and breeding stock for livestock farmers. For any meaningful growth in production and productivity to take place, post-harvest losses have been stemmed. Farmers and farmer groups have been supported with post-harvest handling equipment and assisted with setting up of modern storage facilities. Dairy production areas have been provided with milk coolers, high-grade milk handling equipment to facilitate post-harvest milk handling and transportation. Commercialization of agriculture is in high gear, whether on small or large-scale farms. Large coffee estates are being encouraged and actively promoted by government. The Macadamia Value Chain Development Project is underway with modern farmers and processes like Amak Farm in Mityana providing the lead. Has Avocado is another value chain and a development, with Musubi Farm in eastern Uganda leading the way for farmers in the country to take on the commodity. Fish farming has been commercialized with companies like Victoria Treasures in Garuga, which farms now tilapia for the export market. One of the pillars for development is the industrialization drive. In 2022-2023, 8 government-owned industrial parks became operational in Namamve, Jinja, Boyogere, Bale, Soroti, Mbara, Kasese, Luzira. They are complemented by 3 privately developed industrial parks at Kapeka, Mukono,
Honorable
and
Ministers,
Uganda's
and all of you
reputation
participants,
as a tourism
I
destination
request that
has
you come
continued to grow
and we
and was
conclude
ranked
business
by
for today in
CNN
time.
as one of the top 10 best tourist destinations in
Ushers,
the world.
please bring other
To
people
consolidate
inside
this,
the
the
hall
government
of the
plans to
conference.
continue promoting domestic and inbound tourism. This includes marketing Uganda
I
as a
believe
global and regional center for
The
meeting.
chairperson, local government, the local partnership group chairperson, I believe is ready. And I request him to take his front seat so that we can now begin. We shall get a statement from the chairperson, local development partners group. Local development partners group, the chairperson, please come in front and take your seat. Thereafter, we shall get a statement by the President of Uganda Local Government Association. And I take this opportunity to invite the President Uruga to take up your seat. Then we shall also have a statement by the Chairperson Private Sector Foundation. And therefore, the Chairperson, PSFU, we request that you take your seat. Where are they? Can I have the chairperson, Local Government Partnership Group? Local Government Partners Group, please come up. If he's not there, let me invite another one. Let me invite the President Uruga. President Uruga, I saw him here. Mr. Rwabuhinga Richard, Chairperson, LC5, Kabarole District. Can you please come over? He's still taking tea. Ay. Do we have the civil society representative? Civil society. You can use this one, which is members, let us welcome the chairperson, Local Government Partners Group. Thank you so much for coming, Madam Goji.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and all your colleagues from the ministry, also recognizing all the ministers who are here and other senior government officials, honorable members of parliament, representatives of civil society organizations and the private sector, members of the diplomatic and development community, all participants. On behalf of the Local Development Partners Group, I wish to thank you, Right Honorable, and through you, the Honorable Minister of Finance, for inviting us today to the National Budget Conference for fiscal year 2024-2025. This is an important event which sets the tone for key policy and spending discussions and decisions over the next budget cycle. As development partners, we would like to use this opportunity to reconfirm our partnership in sustaining and accelerating development outcomes in Uganda. Official development assistance to Uganda, which amounted to US $2.72 billion in 2021, or 8% of Uganda's gross national income, is aligned with the National Development Plan 3 and has contributed to achieving tangible results in key sectors. We must recommit and renew our partnership if we are to realize the ambitions of the Sustainable Development Goals in Uganda by 2030. And just as a reminder to the audience, these goals are largely mainstreamed into the National Development Plan 3 and going forward. We can also achieve our collective aims and tackle, we can only achieve our collective aims and tackle the big challenges of our age when we work together based on mutual accountability and co-creation. It is also important at this juncture, perhaps, to mention and acknowledge that these are challenging times for the development partnership between Government of Uganda and her international development partners. And while we do respect the sovereignty of Uganda to pass and enforce the laws that it sees fit for Uganda, we do believe that many provisions of the Anti-Homosexuality Act 2023 are incompatible with some fundamental human rights principles and may run counter to the normative agenda for promoting equality and non-discrimination. We do recognize and appreciate Government of Uganda including some additional safeguards in the recent budget execution circular for fiscal year 2023-24, in which all projects, whether funded by Government of Uganda or externally, will be implemented with emphasis on equality of all persons without prejudice and discrimination on the grounds of sex, race, color, ethnic origin, tribe, birth, creed or religion, social or economic standing, political opinion, or disability. We congratulate the Government of Uganda for maintaining macro stability in the face of shocks. The decision to tighten the monetary policy to contain inflation and the decision not to succumb to pressures and introduce untargeted subsidies dampened the pass-through into broader inflation and enabled demand adjustments while preserving fiscal resources. We also commend the government's fiscal consolidation efforts that are helping preserve the fiscal space amid the high-interest global financial environment. We encourage the government to continue with ambitious fiscal consolidation and structural reforms to eliminate obstacles to scaling up private lending by commercial banks. We also urge the government to persevere in the implementation of the IMF External Extended Credit Facility Supported Program, which provides concessional financing and fosters growth-supportive reforms while strengthening governance, which has the potential for unlocking further financing at lower cost. Efforts to raise other concessional financing should be pursued. We encourage the government to expeditiously implement the recommendations of NDP3 midterm review to accelerate attainment of the set targets beyond the 17% that was achieved at the end of the second year of NDP3's implementation. This will require alignment of the annual budget to the NDP3, improving planning and budgeting for core projects, and strengthening monitoring and evaluation systems. We stand ready to assist on the latter if needed. Given that we are here to consult on the budget, the development partners would like to emphasize a few priorities for 2024-2025 budget. First, domestic revenue mobilization. Effective implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy presents an opportunity to secure low-cost financing for development. The ambitious targets of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy can be achieved at least in part by rationalizing tax expenditures that have grown substantially over recent years and have eroded the tax base. We encourage the government to press forward decisively with these plans while data collection, evaluation, and cost-benefit analyses are undertaken by tackling low-hanging fruits expeditiously. We also encourage the government to implement the recently adopted public investment financing strategy, which provides a framework for widening the range of financial resources raised from domestic and external sources and through innovative vehicles. 2, human capital development. Human capital development is key to boosting Uganda's growth prospects. Uganda's population is projected to increase by 60% in the next 20 years to around 74 million from an estimated 45.5 million in 2023. This presents an enormous opportunity if investment in human capital, especially education, health, and social protection, are adequate for preparing the working-age population for the labor market, which requires skilling and health protection for productivity. While spending consumption has improved recently, its needs are large and budget execution is inadequate, mainly due to capacity constraints in the ministries, departments and agencies, and local governments. There are also inefficiencies within the human capital development sub-programs. We encourage the government to continue allocating adequate resources for human capital development and work to address inefficiency and boost budget execution. We stand ready to assist with capacity development if needed. 3, agricultural productivity and value addition. In order to move households from the subsistence to the market economy in a sustainable manner, it will be necessary to increase agricultural productivity through additional investments in public goods such as extension, access to affordable finance, research, especially into drought and disease-resistant seed varieties, the promotion of climate-smart farming practices, the control of pests and diseases in an environmentally friendly manner, the development of produce marketing networks, and strengthened inspection and certification services. There's also a need to encourage smallholder farmers to become more involved in value addition of produce. 4, and last, green growth and climate change adaptation and mitigation. Green growth requires accelerating support to green industries, including by expanding renewable energy projects, including climate-smart food production value chains, climate change adaptation initiatives in the design of infrastructure projects, and safeguarding water resources. Any new infrastructure should be climate resilient so that production is not disrupted by extreme weather events. More investments are still needed to ensure industries have access to stable and low-cost electricity, and all Ugandans have access to sustainable electricity. Since public funds are limited, mobilization of private investment and finance will be crucial in achieving the objectives of Uganda's NDCs. We encourage the government to create an enabling environment for green investments and work with the private sector and financial institutions to leverage additional investments in renewable energy and eliminate adaptation. And I'm really happy to note that there was a nice alignment between what the development partners are proposing as priorities and what the Honorable Minister mentioned in his speech. Right Honorable Prime Minister, let me conclude by thanking you again on behalf of the Local Development Partner Group for inviting us to participate in this important conference and to reiterate our commitment to the development of Uganda, including the continued support towards Uganda's internationally acclaimed progressive refugee policy. We wish all of us successful deliberations in designing a budget that will address current economic challenges. We look forward to further discussions on how we, the development partners, can best engage to support sustainable and inclusive growth in Uganda. And I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Chairperson, Local Government Partners Group. Can I now invite the President Uruga? The President Uruga is also the Chairperson LOC5, Kabarore District. Join me in welcoming him.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for availing us this opportunity. The Honorable Ministers here present and the Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Permanent Secretaries and Senior Officials of Ministries and other government agencies, Members of Uganda Local Governments Association and Urban Authorities Association, colleagues, district chairpersons, resident district commissioners, Your Worship, the mayors and other local government political leaders, chief administrative officers, town clerks and city clerks, distinguished participants, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we extend our sincere appreciation to the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for always availing us the opportunity to present the plight of local governments and the issues that affect us. By developing and sharing this position paper, we as local governments, we are hoping to communicate our collective opinion on the key concerns at program level and on overall performance and financing of local governments, which, when addressed under the financial year 24-25 National Budget Strategic Framework, will trigger pivotal and sustained improvement in service delivery and economic development at the grassroots level. Right Honorable Chair, our presentation is structured in two parts. On part one, we are looking at the program priorities documented under the conditional grant agreements, and part two will focus on cross-cutting local government performance concerns. On part one, Right Honorable, it is with great hope that we shall use this forum for the official submission for the financial 24-25 conditional grant negotiation agreements. The conduct of the annual conditional grants negotiations is governed by Article 193, Section 3 of the Constitution of Uganda 1995 as amended, and the Local Government Act Cap 243. This requires that local governments must agree with the central government on local government programs and conditions attached to the grants that go to the local governments. These agreements, Right Honorable Chair, culminate into new guidelines that are issued by the respective ministries, and they also form part of the ministerial policy statements. The purpose of these agreements is essentially to define and set out the terms and conditions for the expenditure if the conditional grants for the financial 24-25 in each service sub-program. Previously, the negotiations were concluded in the middle of the budgeting cycle, and as such, the possibility of success was hindered. We wish to take this opportunity, Right Honorable, to applaud the Minister of Finance, the Local Government Finance Commission, but because for this year, the negotiations were conducted well in time from the 28th day of August to the 7th day of September for this forthcoming financial year 24-25. And therefore, what we are presenting today, Right Honorable Chair, is as a result of the negotiations where we sat for about 9 days with 9 ministries, and we agreed on positions which I will enumerate here below. We therefore hope that by sharing our issues in this national budgeting platform that guides resource allocation each financial year, we can communicate a clear and consistent message on the steps that can be taken to ensure more effective use of public funds to provide public services. Right Honorable Chair, below are the recommendations that we made with the various ministries, departments, and agencies. The Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development committed to provide 2 billion shillings as part of startup grant for physical development planning for the financial year 24-25. The Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities committed to provide 1.6 billion shillings grant to support tourism. All ministries agreed to disseminate sub-program implementing guidelines to local governments during the upcoming regional budget consultative workshops. 4, there was a commitment from Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development to release unspent balances latest by the second quarter of the new financial year. Commitment from the Ministry of Finance to provide for ex gratia for local councils for the current financial year, and I must commend the Honorable Minister of Finance. He has already alluded to this and has already made a provision for the same. Commitment for the Minister of Finance to provide for extension grants and micro-irrigation grants under production for the financial 23-24, and thereafter reinstate funds for production and marketing and agricultural extension. And we did agree with the Minister of Finance at these negotiations that these grants going and affecting service delivery in local governments will be ring-fenced because they do affect service delivery at grassroots level. The Minister of Water and Environment agreed to include non-seed secondary school as beneficiaries of rural water and sanitation conditional grant and explore partnerships between National Water and Sewerage Corporation, the Minister of Education and Sports, and local governments in order to provide water to non-seed secondary schools. Right Honorable Chair, the Minister of Water and Environment further agreed to increase the budget allocation for environment and natural resources management to enable adequate redress of the intended ENR functions upon which all developments spring. The Minister of Water and Environment shall also secure funding for cities' environment and natural resources grant. Further, the Ministry of Water shall ensure that local government performance assessment guidelines value all sectors, including wetlands, forestry, climate change, etc., and include some parameters to trigger action. And finally, the Minister of Water and Environment, in liaison with the Office of the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Planning and Economic Development, shall consider providing a grant to kickstart management of the population's energy demands as an alternative to wood fuel and charcoal. Right Honorable Prime Minister, on part 2 of the key service delivery issues, we bring the following to this platform. Number 1 is on road rehabilitation versus road maintenance. Right Honorable Chair, following the presidential directive, government allocated to each district and municipality shillings 1 billion for rehabilitation of roads outside the Uganda Road Fund jurisdiction. This was laid before Parliament by the Minister of Works and Transport, and the rehabilitation grant guidelines were provided. Right Honorable Chair, however, there was change in this direction by Parliament so that the grant changes the name from rehabilitation grant to road maintenance grant. Now, while we welcome this resolution, Right Honorable Chair, we note that the budgets had already been approved and the budgets had been uploaded reading rehabilitation. As I speak today, Right Honorable Chair, as local governments, we are quite stuck because we appreciate 250 million was released for this first quarter. But due to change of plan now, we are stuck on which direction to take because the budgets that were approved and uploaded were reading road rehabilitation. But on 27th of July, there was change in mind by Parliament that we take it now to maintenance. And no clear guideline has been provided to date on which direction to take. And Right Honorable Chair, this will have an impact at the end of the financial year to tell us that we have failed to absorb these funds, and yet there is lack of clarity at the center. We do pray, Right Honorable, that you give a direction on this to enable us kickstart the work of either maintenance or rehabilitation. So our recommendation here is that the Ministry of Works and Transport should immediately issue implementation guidelines to local governments to enable the smooth use of 250 million for road rehabilitation, and thereafter issue guidelines for the coming quarter in case of any changes. Government needs to procure road unit for local governments that do not have underworks, more especially the new districts and the new cities that were created. Right Honorable Chair, on medicines in the health facilities, we appreciate government like the Honorable Minister of Finance did note, that a number of health centers in the countryside have been upgraded from health center 2s to health center 3s. But the delivery and distribution of drugs has been a serious issue. In the last financial year, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we received the drugs 3 times out of the 6 cycles that are expected, because we expected to receive drugs once in every 2 months. But in the last financial year, we received the drugs in August, we again received them on 1st February, and then some drugs came in the month of June. We recommend that the Minister of Health, 1, should increase on the budget for the drugs in order to boost supplies in the already constrained health facilities. And also we recommend that the Minister of Health and other monitoring units of government should enhance their monitoring and evaluation of performance of national medical stores in order to help them deliver medicines and other supplies on time. Right Honorable, as we upgrade these health facilities, a new need is coming up of the accommodation for health workers. Because we are moving from health center 2 to health center 3 with renewed mandate, the health center 3s do antenatal services, they deliver mothers, and therefore they expect more staff in form of midwives and clinical officers who need to reside at these facilities. Right Honorable Chair, we propose that with this upgrade and with the progressive construction of facilities, we should now look at also increasing on the accommodation of health workers to enable them to deliver on the renewed mandate of the upgraded facilities. The 4th issue is on procurement and the U-Gift project implementation in local governments. We have discussed this before. Right Honorable, at the end of last financial year, shillings 734 billion, 773 million, 36,697 shillings were returned from the local government back to the center. And 31% of this money, which translates into 225 billion, 233 million, 583,293 shillings, was meant for U-Gift projects in local governments. We have continued to discuss this at various levels, but we have not seen any meaningful change. It is our recommendation, Right Honorable Chair, that U-Gift projects procurement and management be fully decentralized to avoid these challenges of returning monies and with the view of one common slogan that local governments lack capacity to absorb. The hybrid procurement has been a disservice to the local governments, especially the lotting of projects, the late advertisements, and all these have been a serious problem that affect service delivery in the local governments. We do therefore recommend that we fully decentralize and central government plays the oversight role as its mandate is. Right Honorable Chair, issue number 5 is staffing at local governments. The average staffing level at the districts now stands at 57% and 52% for municipalities. These officers that are absent include district engineers, district natural resources officers, district health officers, chief finance officers, district planners, district community development officers, education officers, to mention but a few. Where we appreciate that the Minister of Finance has continued to send us wage, on the other hand, the Minister of Public Service has put a ban on recruitment. Part of the money that was returned at the end of last financial year, constituting 49%, Right Honorable, was on wage. 358 billion, 939 million, 183,245 was on wage and spent. This puts us in a very bad position. We lack the requisite staff. Government has advanced us money in trillions. We are supposed to implement using these heads of departments and technical officers who are not in post. We are not lacking the money. The wage has been allocated, but with the condition of don't recruit. I know there is this new issue of the Auditor General's audit of the payroll. That one is a new occurrence. But this problem has been perennial. And we again note, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that even when we are allowed to recruit on replacement basis, any staff who retires, who dies, who absconds in the month of April, May, June, that one you cannot replace because the advertisement cycle will not allow to recruit someone within 3 months. The advert takes slightly more than 90 days. And therefore, our recommendation is that the Minister of Finance and Economic Development, working closely with the Minister of Public Service, should lift the ban on recruitment of staff to enable us to recruit the requisite staff. We further recommend that the limitation on recruitment on replacement basis for 8 months should be removed for local governments to recruit and replace staff whenever a position falls vacant. We further recommend, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that the revoting of wage budget swept off at the end of the last financial year be revoted in the first month of the quarter for the financial year, other than revoting it towards the end of the financial year. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you do recall when we met you as leaders from the Rwenzori, we raised this issue. We appreciate your effort. There is reasonable progress to this effect, but we want it adopted as a good practice that all the monies that have to be revoted in the first month of the following financial year to enable us as local governments to implement on our respective mandates. Right Honorable Chair, there is a problem of property sharing between mother districts and cities. Properties on titled land. The idea of district sharing properties is not a new occurrence. Districts have always shared properties with municipalities and new districts and those that have been annexed into the cities. Given that the districts are leaving central locations where a majority of the local revenue sources are and they are moving to the periphery, it is our desire that the districts maintain titled properties within the cities as a source of local revenue for districts in a spirit of local economic development. In any case, there is no law prohibiting districts from owning properties outside their jurisdiction. Properties on titled land. The management of properties, of untitled land, or where the process of titling commenced and it is still underway, negotiations can be initiated to conclude the process to either have properties registered in names of the mother districts or the city as a resolution of the two. Examples are green belts, where there are no titles. These green belts should be left under the management of the cities. It is our recommendation, therefore, that the districts be allocated in the coming budget 24-25 at least a startup of 1 billion to enable us kickstart building on our headquarters where we are relocating to, but also support be given to the cities in the same direction. And more funds should be availed in a phased manner depending on the available building plans for districts and cities for a minimum period of 5 years. Allocation of funds to extension services. In the current financial year, Right Honorable Prime Minister, in the current financial budget allocation, we note that there are no allocations towards production and marketing grant and extension services. Yet local governments are expected to provide extension services in a drive to bring communities into the money economy. Right Honorable Chair, Pillar 1 of the parish development model is on production, processing, and marketing. And for us to have increased production and productivity, we need to have an active and facilitated extension staff. Now, sending 1.06 trillion to the communities in all the parishes and saying we don't have about 75 billion for the extension workers to go and monitor this progress, I think presents a very big paradox, Right Honorable Chair. It is our recommendation that the government allocates funds for extension services in the current financial year and also provide extension services in the financial 24-25 as agreed during the negotiations, and also we say that these two should be ring-fenced for the subsequent budgets. We appreciate, because from his presentation, the Minister of Finance did assure us that he has finally found the money for the honoraria for LOC1s, LOC2, LC3 councils, and the district councillors. We appreciate that. We had raised this as an issue, but he has already provided information, and I will not go into that. Number 9 is on the vehicles for local government leaders, specifically chief administrative officers, district chairpersons, municipal mayors, town clerks, and district speakers. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we note that monitoring of government programs is our mandate, and that's the reason for which we exist. And yet we recognize the directive by the President not to procure vehicles for government entities in this financial year. However, there is a critical need for transport facilitation in the form of vehicles for the officers I have already mentioned. A quick calculation puts this at 35 billion Uganda shillings. It is our recommendation, Right Honorable Chair, that while we send 1.06 trillion for PDM, where we spend about 6 trillion as budget allocation to the local governments in this country, we can never fail to get 35 billion to procure vehicles for these officers to supervise these government programs. Otherwise, we are held accountable when things go wrong, and yet we are not facilitated to do the work. The Honorable Chair, I almost missed this opportunity because they had to wait for public means to come here, because they don't have a government vehicle that can deliver me here on time. We pray that in the coming budget, the procurement of vehicles for local government leaders is given priority to enable us do the oversight role as mandated by the law. Right Honorable Chair, on the issue of pension for district leaders, political leaders, we note that most of the political leaders, after retiring from political service, they lead very miserable lives. We pray that a leader who has served at least 2 terms in the service or the political service of a district, on retirement from the active payroll of the political leaders, he or she too should move to the pensions payroll for a reasonable number of years like it is at Parliament. We note that the parliamentary pension scheme is contributory, but the local government leaders may not get into the contributory pension scheme. We pray that discussions be initiated in the view of amending the law to have the local government political leaders on retirement, those who have served a minimum of 2 terms, be enrolled to the pension scheme of the district. As I move towards the end, Right Honorable Chair, on the issue of local government leaders' salary enhancement, we appreciate the ban, but again we appreciate the enhancement of salary for the scientists. We pray that going forward, the category in the non-science civil service should also be thought about. We also pray that the local government leaders across the board should be considered under the salary enhancement arrangement in the coming financial year. We go to the same markets, we go to the same supermarkets, and we use the same means of transport. We got the same petrol stations to fuel our cars. Right Honorable, we recommend for the enhancement of leaders' remuneration and the non-science category to start with at least by 100% to start with going forward. The single treasury account has continued to disturb us in our daily operations, where we have to collect the money, remit it at the center, then requisition for the same money. This one takes a lot of time. And when it takes a lot of time, the town councils and cities are choking on garbage. They can't collect garbage because they're affected by the PFMA Act that introduces the single treasury account. Right Honorable Chair, it is our recommendation that the amendment of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 takes effect in the coming year to allow local governments to invest and spend local revenues at local level without remitting them to the single treasury account. We appreciate the parish development model and the Pillar 3 of financial inclusion. We appreciate that all the 10,459 circles have benefited with a minimum of 100 million each, but it is our recommendation that more allocations to PDM and involvement of district leaders in its monitoring and implementation be considered. The money is there. The parish development committees are doing the work, but the district and sub-county leaders are constrained to monitor this very good program because they are not taken care of under the structure of PDM. Honorable Minister of Finance, we have a request that the local governments in Uganda do subscribe to the association called Uganda Local Governments Association, and those in the urban to the association called Uganda Urban Authorities Association. We have both passed a resolution that our subscriptions be coded and deducted on source. We should save us the burden of running district per district, municipality per municipality looking for subscription. There can be a better way of doing this than leaving it in that very rudimentary and cumbersome way. We pray that our subscriptions, annual subscriptions, be deducted from source to enable these associations run their businesses. Finally, we are grateful, Right Honorable to His Excellency the President, who directed that these associations be given a subvention. Actually, the President directed 3 billion per annum, 1 billion for UAAU, and 2 billion for Olga. But we have had a challenge getting this subvention, and the last time what we got was only 26 million out of the 2 billion. It is our recommendation that the Minister of Finance increases this amount to at least 200 million if he cannot get the 2 billion per quarter to enable these associations undertake their mandate. Right Honorable Prime Minister, as I conclude, I wish to pose a few questions. Why we are here today, and what do we hope to achieve? What is the value added to local governments when audience is given by this meeting to the association to discuss on key sub-program policy matters affecting local governments? Why are all local governments, mayors, chairpersons, and chief administrative officers being represented at this integral platform through random sampling? In the same way, all ministries and agencies are represented by their ministers, permanent secretaries, and executive directors. All higher local governments should be represented here is our concern. Medium income status for Uganda is not going to be obtained in Kampala alone. It must be attained through collective action for all implementing agencies working together and being financed realistically. Right Honorable Chair, decentralization is the only decentralization is the only way quality service delivery will be provided to citizens and taxpayers at the grassroots. Citizens who are financing the budget, we have all come here to discuss and apportion. I do hope that Uganda Local Governments Association is provided a slot at the regional budget workshops to provide and highlight on the outcomes of the 2024-25 annual conditional grants negotiations to inform the planning and budgeting process right from the grassroots. Right Honorable Chair, I thank you for your kind attention. I say all this for the unity and efficiency of local governments and for God and my country. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me now invite the ED, Mr. Julius Mukunda, to come and present on behalf of civil society organizations. I think they are twins. I can see.
Yes.
We have private sector foundation.
Yes.
Mr. Eric Mukumba.
Mukunda Julius, Honorable Minister.
Mukunda.
Yes, Honorable Prime Minister.
Okay.
All protocol observed, and Honorable Prime Minister, is that I'm here with Akode, and he will present. He will also has a small component of what we're going to talk about. But just to say, Honorable Prime Minister, that we have been dedicated to promoting equitable, gender-responsive, and sustainable development in Uganda. And through our collective voice, we strive to ensure that the voices of the marginalized are part of the national budget process. And today, we are here to do that. Let me commend the Honorable Minister's presentation. I think there are a few things, Honorable Prime Minister, that we need to emphasize and are very important. Our economy is the way it is because of certain things we have done. And one of them is the coordinated fiscal and monetary stance that we undertook to be able to manage the inflation. As you saw, our neighbors are struggling, but we are doing well. I think that's very, very important for us to take in consideration. The second most important element is the enhanced reforms in our public investment management. Honorable Prime Minister, a number of things have been done to improve return to investment. For example, we have an integrated bank project where we have ready-made projects we can pick for implementation. We have strengthened our development committee to ensure that only quality proposals can be financed by government. These are not small things, Honorable Prime Minister. I know we have a long to go, but these are things we can consolidate our work on. Honorable Prime Minister, for the first time, the Honorable Minister of Finance has responded to the issues of the previous conference. For us who engage in this process, we find it extremely very, very important. And we thank you, Honorable Minister, for remembering the issues we raised and that today you took time to respond to them. We thank you so much. As we head to the 2024-25 budget.
Let me request your brother to have a seat.
Oh. Thank you. As we head to the 2024 budget, the challenges that are ahead. And again, we are happy that the way we are articulating how to address them is really very, very, very good. But most importantly, you talked about debt management. Honorable Prime Minister, I agree with you 100% that we must be in our sustainable levels. And the minister also talked about the strategies that we can implement to manage our debt. A few things we need to do, and I think for me they're very key important. Number one, Honorable Prime Minister, we promised 3 years ago that we will allow Ugandans to buy bonds and securities using their mobile money. Honorable Prime Minister, when you have your money in the bank, they give you less than 1% of the saving rate, of the interest rate they give you. But if I buy a bond from the bank, they are likely to give me around 9, 8, 10%. It is a saving, but also I'm contributing to the development of my country. It not only increases financial inclusion, but also it increases income for those who would like to do that. The Bank of Uganda is spearheading that. We would like, Honorable Prime Minister, to do your chief whip role to ensure that it is done this particular financial year. We have already talked about effective DRM. Honorable Prime Minister, we can only have DRM if we invest in URA. I know that currently Uganda Revenue Authority is not on all the borders of Uganda. They are on half of them. Others are still porous. We are a landlocked country. It would be good to see how we intend to cross borders and ensure that everybody who brings in goods, they are taxed. The other element, I think, which is important, we have seen the government trying hard to reduce domestic borrowing. Definitely, Honorable Prime Minister, this is going to have an impact on the reduction of the interest payment for the private sector. So the second important element we need to do, Honorable Prime Minister, and this is within your docket, is coordination of government agencies to deliver as one and avoid wastage. And I will not say much because the previous speaker said, you have money for wage, but you have a ban on recruitment. Already shows lack of coordination in the government. In the previous meeting I mentioned, you have even government department taking themselves to court. One goes to court and sues another one. And me, the taxpayer, I will lose on both because I will support you to win the case, and when you lose, you pay the damages. Honorable Prime Minister, I know these are all your children. You should bring them into the house, whip them, and then they get into line. We stop wastage of public resources. The third element, you can clap for me, it is okay. The third is tax governance framework, and we have talked about it, Honorable Prime Minister. But it has been a song for so long. For so long. We need this framework in place. Would it be possible for you to give a time frame when we should have this tax governance framework that we can be able to monitor how our tax exemptions are given, and also how are we monitoring them and the benefits we are getting? Monitoring is our biggest problem, Honorable Prime Minister. We need that in place so that we can distinguish between chapati investors and the real investors. The fifth element is supporting the private sector. Two things here, Honorable, we need to do. We know we are doing some work. We have programs. We have MYOGA. We have SME funds. We have UDB. We have, and so many others. But it is important also to understand the functionality of these. UDB is meant for commercial production, and that's it. That's what they're supposed to do. Let us not involve them in small and medium enterprises. But the other funds, the small and medium enterprise fund, is not functioning because it is becoming increasingly difficult for small, medium enterprises to access them. We don't want to give money to briefcase companies so that we lose money, no. But I think there should be a means on how these small and medium enterprises can access these monies because it is very critical for their growth. Interest rates are very high. An interest of 20%, Honorable Prime Minister, you can't be able to grow. Salary Review Commission. Honorable Prime Minister, I think this is again in your docket. The disparities in the salary ranges really reduces the motivation among civil servants. We understand we want the scientists to get their share, but like the previous speaker said, they all go to the same shops and use the same means of transport. It is therefore important, Honorable Prime Minister, that we have this commission in place, review all people's salaries, so that we have no excuse as to why people are not doing their work. Lastly, Chair, before I invite my colleague, is the issue of service delivery standards and price list. We are doing a commendable work, and I would like to thank the Public Service Ministry. The work on service delivery standards. But Honorable Prime Minister, as long as we do not enforce these standards, we will continue to lose monetary resources. And particularly for me, I'm pushing for a price list for government. How much does this pen cost for government of Uganda? To find the same pen supplied by the same supplier to different government departments at different costs, above the market price, and yet to even purchase in bulk. It is not only annoying, Honorable Prime Minister, but it is sad. And that's how we lose resources. This is just a pen, but just imagine a classroom, just imagine the vehicles we buy as a government, that we have no standard of what a government vehicle is supposed to look like. It is imperative, Honorable Prime Minister, that again use your office to whip, so that these things can be enforced and we conclude them very well. Let me ask my colleague to also finalize his statement. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, ministers present, members of Parliament, the diplomats, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Bino Mugisha, I'm the Executive Director, Code, and I come here because of the partnership we have with the Ministry of Finance and the BTI, Budget Transparency Initiative, and our job is to promote budget transparency and accountability. And the ideas that we bring here, that my colleague has articulated, that I will also articulate, come from evidence-based research. They are not our aspirations. They are not what we wish list, but they are researched, and therefore they are scientific. Thank you, Julius, for raising that, but I start with appreciation, Honorable Minister of Finance. First, of course, to allow civil society to work with you and to raise inconvenient truth in order to improve governance of our country, but also services to our people. So we appreciate as civil society for that space. And you know, because of that, the country's rating in budget in transparency has improved. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I have a few issues to supplement my brother's submission, and one of them is the rationalization of government agencies, commissions, and authorities. Want to commend the minister. It is one of those issues that you want to, that the next financial year will focus on. But I think we have been taxing a lot on the tarmac. We must take off, because we are holding 1 trillion Uganda shillings if we rationalized these agencies and would release this money to local governments which are dear to us, because that's where production takes place. So we want action on that. It has been long overdue. We know that it is not easy, but it is doable. But also rationalization will release very experienced people, very highly educated people to the private sector. And for me, I work in the civil society, not in government. I have survived there. I have a PhD. We have survived there. So we want to welcome people who have survived on government for too long to join the private sector and turn around this country. Because this is a private sector-led economy, but we lack people. You'll be surprised that most of the people that actually dominate the private sector in this country are not very schooled. What if this process releases very educated people early enough to go and modernize agriculture? So please prepare and send them off with some money to start off, to join us, and we transform the private sector. The second point has to do with climate financing, the whole environment and natural resources sector. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the government of Uganda should be commended for having put in place a very enabling legal regime, policy regime, and institutional framework in terms of environmental governance. And unfortunately, it is not implemented. As we talk now, you can see the rains have come late. And what does that translate to? Famine, drought, famine, and of course, reversal of the economic gains that we have made. And I want to bring to attention one of the rivers that Accord and the Ministry of Water and Environment and other partners have been trying to restore riveries. I can see our Member of Parliament from Rwampara is there. The riveries, we have invested billions of money for us to restore that river. It is a lifeline from Mbarara City. It has been degraded completely. Yet we have restored it to some level. Now it has been degraded by the private sector. So it has to do with, and the government agencies, NEMA is there, the ministry is there. So I'm asking, and I think this maybe we need political intervention to stop the destruction of riveries. An investor is mining, sand mining, and the whole place is being silted. 10 years of investment, restoration of that river powers into Lake Victoria here. It traverses 13 districts from Ubweju up to here, now being destroyed, and Mbarara City has no water. If you sleep in Mbarara, and I don't want to discourage people to come, but there is no water. You open the tap, you get, it's muddy water. And now, of course, the government has gone to River Kajera to bring water to Mbarara and Masaka. What if we restored this river? You need a little money to restore this river and, of course, conserve the environment, have enough water for production and everything, than actually pulling it with a lot of money. And the River Kajera water is dirty. So you need a lot of money to purify that water. So I'm raising this so that the leaders can join us and stop that investor who is supplying, of course, sand. There's a lot of construction, but at what expense? The environmental debt is so huge. I thank God I have the opportunity to raise it here. But you see, all the river systems are degraded. And there's a presidential directive, actually, which is being violated. So I'm calling upon the Right Honorable Prime Minister to take action. If I had the time, I would have screened the pictures, and you see, because they are using graders, they are using the sino-trucks, and soon we'll have no livelihood. The other issue, quickly to finish, has to do with local government. And the president of Uruga has really ably articulated the issues in local government. But what I want to add is that the local governments, within the framework of decentralization, is a lifeline for this country. People have come and benchmarked this the decentralization here. Accord runs the local government scorecard initiative. This scorecard has been benchmarked. We have exported it to Botswana, we have exported it to Kenya, we exported it to Sierra Leone and South Sudan. They wrote to me, the Minister for Local Government, that we take the scorecard there to enhance their decentralization. And unfortunately, here in Uganda, we don't seem to treasure where we have also made a mark. And therefore, it is really a fallacy that local governments cry out here. For me, we need to put more money where production takes place, where more Ugandans take place. I think our calculation is that the Ministry of Local Government requires about 16 billion, for example, to induct leaders. And of course, in the financial squeeze that where we are now after COVID-19, this looks a bit outrageous. But you know, we have elected local leaders We have people in the statutory bodies, the land board, the public, the land board, the park. They were appointed and they are clueless of what they are supposed to do, and no wonder corruption has actually skyrocketed in the local governments. They are clueless. So we need to urgently, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to induct the local government. Now we are in the second 2.5 years now. People are just operating in darkness. I tell you, you cannot give someone just a needle to fight a lion. These people are important. Governance is important. So inducting these people is critical. As I conclude, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I know that I'm standing between us and our lunch. Let me just comment quickly. I think I saw URA here on the combating illicit financial flows. Combating illicit financial flows. Every year, Uganda loses about 2 trillion Uganda shillings in illicit financial flows. And this encompasses activities related to crime, corruption, and commerce. Specifically, trade-based money laundering is characterized by tactics such as manipulation of invoices and deceptive description of goods and services. Among Uganda's top 15 exports, which are particularly susceptible to trade misinvoicing, are gold compounds, petroleum products, other precious metals, sugar and sugar confectionery, coffee, hides and skins, fish products, cobalt, vanilla, tobacco, etc. So we recommend that they need to increase support and funding to frontline agencies such as Financial Intelligence Authority, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Uganda Revenue Authority, Criminal Investigations Directorate of Uganda Police, Inspectorate of Government, and the Directorate of Public Prosecutions to, among others, detect, prevent, and prosecute money laundering cases. We would secure 2 trillion shillings every year that actually is stolen. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that's a gray area, and you know Uganda still remains on the gray list. So we need to get our country. It's not a good thing for the country. Finally, Accord has been working with the MSH. MSH is a US company here, working to support the supply of essential medicines. And we have developed a 10-year roadmap. This country, 70% of the funding of our essential medicines comes from donors. You cannot claim to be independent when 70% of essential medicine is supported by donors. It questions your sovereignty. And therefore, and you can have a crisis, depending on donors. We saw in Afghanistan, the US pulled out, and there was a crisis. So what if this funding dries? You would lose so many people immediately who are dependent, especially people suffering with HIV, TB, and others. So, but on this one, I want also to applaud the Honorable Minister of Finance, because we've been working with your ministry. The PSST will tell you to develop this roadmap, of course, with the Ministry of Health. In 10 years, Uganda should graduate itself and fund 100%. And we agreed on the amount of money that Uganda government can put in. I think this financial year, you have, Honorable Minister, you have put in 74 billion shillings. Of course, it is way below the projected, what we had agreed. But it is something, because the other financial year you put in 50 billion. This financial year you put in 74 billion. So that is commendable to you. But I think we need to look at these areas that make that secure our sovereignty and invest in it. But finally, and I want to risk this one, on corruption. Seriously, on corruption, I think, Minister, Honorable Minister, we did not see a serious intervention on corruption, because I think corruption could undermine our effort to achieve, of course, most of our target that we have set, and corruption seems to have become now accepted. We cannot settle on corruption, because corruption even can bring about instability. Corruption can kills people, and I know that fighting corruption is also difficult, but we can reduce the impact of corruption. We can reduce it to the minimum level where it hides. But when you see corruption walking on the street, then you are finished. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, let us fight corruption. Let the people hide. Let people not be free, because they become models for our children, and these children's and this country's prosperity and survival must be built on the ethic of hard work and integrity. That is what sustains the country. That's what sets the country apart. So I would want to see money going to the institutions that fight corruption, but also creating awareness and attacking corruption on every opportunity that you get on the television, everywhere, so that people don't think that we have accepted it. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Join me in thanking our brothers for the good presentations. He wants us to fight corruption like we did for COVID-19. He wants us to make it a very risky venture. Thank you so much. Can I now invite the chairperson, Private Sector Foundation? You know, I knew they were coming together when I saw two people moving together. The chairperson, Private Sector Foundation. This is Eric. Let's welcome him, members.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister for Finance, all protocol observed, good afternoon. My name is Eric Sempambo. I am not the chairperson of Private Sector Foundation, but I'm representing this chairperson who is unable to be with us as somebody who leads the technical bit of the budget advocacy work that we do. I'm a business environment specialist at Private Sector Foundation. Honorable members, we do appreciate Minister of Finance for continuously involving us as Private Sector Foundation in the efforts to influence private sector development in Uganda. Actually, last year, 78% of our proposals were included in the budget. And that is something we really appreciate the ministry on. But of course, that is including in the budget. Our interest is actually higher when it comes to implementation of those recommendations. And we believe we would like to see a budget strategy of the next financial year that is very strong on implementing what we agree on. To an extent that we believe we could also play a role in policy monitoring and some instances even implementation, because we are very strong at planning and evaluation. But implementation and monitoring, as private sector, we are always absent. We believe we have a contribution to make, and that is one of the areas that could interest us as we look at the budget of the next financial year. The second aspect, members, is on electricity. There's quite a lot of discussion around rationalization of electricity provision, and actually it has become noise for especially industrialists. So people who have invested, they are not sure whether they will be having an efficient system of getting power at affordable rates in the future. So it's not yet clear. So we believe we should have clarity on this matter in the strategy. It's very important to promote investments, but also safeguard the available investments in that area. Our third point is on looking at what is happening with the global economy, especially interest rates coming very high, FDI and the risk it has on our exchange rate, especially appreciating. And actually, Economic Policy Research Center has done a study that shows that our shilling is likely to appreciate by 15 to 25% just because of the final investment decision. So that will make imports cheaper. The question is, what are we going to tell our coffee farmers if they are unable to fetch the right prices for exports? So for us, we believe that that should take center stage of budgeting going forward. Critical aspects of prioritizing investments in areas that generate the quickest returns possible. The quick one I can think of is investment in water for production. Many times when we think of agriculture, we assume that we need rain. Yet we actually need water. We don't need rain. So investment in water is very critical. Very critical, and we see it generate quick returns that we can tap tax revenue from, but also grow the economy at all, as a block. If you look at tourism, product development, we still concentrate a lot on world-based tourism, and yet there is quite a lot of things we can do. So we expect to see more investment in product development, marketing, and a number of other areas that are similar to that. We believe that if we do that, then we'll be able to generate resources in terms of tax revenue in the quickest way possible, but also stimulate the economy that feeds all of us. So the third point, honorable members, is about a study that we've conducted recently. It shows that actually the capacity utilization of manufacturing firms is at only 35.2%. What do I mean? The investments in the machines that are available within the factories only work 35% of the time. The rest of the time, they're idle. Why are they idle? The biggest reason is on demand, because manufacturers cannot produce and keep. They have to produce and sell. It has worsened. Before COVID, it was about 52%. Right now, it's at 35%. And that gives us a big impetus to look at public procurement, local content. We need local content that supports the local players. The challenge we have is we still have a lot of public investment that doesn't stay in the economy, but rather goes into foreign markets, so as capital flight. Close to 70% of the money that goes into that area doesn't stay in the economy to stimulate. So we're proposing that we should review the guidelines and reservation schemes of the PPD Act to provide for stronger mechanisms that support the private sector into local content. But important also enforce the existing provisions, because in some areas the law exists, but it's just enforcement that is actually weak. This is again one of those quick areas that you can intervene and generate tax revenue that we need as a country to cushion off the challenges we have. The other area that is being proposed by the study is on stimulating domestic demand. If you look at the current statistics, we don't have a current figure, but the most recent one we can work with is about purchasing power being at 7,000 shillings. Now, 7,000 shillings being spent by somebody in a day is not effective to stimulate production. So we are looking at stimulating that. And some of the proposals we have in there are aspects like how do we use procurement to boost the economy. Quick example is school feeding. We have close to 11 million pupils in UPE. All those children need a balanced diet to grow up. If we came up with a good policy of feeding them, and for instance, just imagine if each one of the children is supposed to take 1 egg a day, that would mean you need 11 million eggs in a day. In a term, you can do the math. But what is interesting is that the same household where the children come from is where the eggs are also being manufactured. So that way money would exchange hands, but that needs a policy to come through. So these are some of the areas, and we have quite a number of those other additional areas that we put out there. The last point that we propose that the strategy should look at is around tax compliance. For the private sector, whenever there is no tax compliance, it means distortions. It means some people are paying and others are not paying, and so they are outcompeted in the market. So we need to make sure that each one of the business community actually pays tax. Anybody who is supposed to pay tax, let them pay tax. But it's also important to look at a tax regime that is progressive, one that supports industries to grow but not retard and stay stagnant. So key areas to discuss is around excise duty. The excise duty regime we have is really not supporting MSMEs that are adding value, because many of them innovate using their own resources, and the sunk costs are so much that before they even break through, there is an excise duty rate. And what is actually doing currently is it's promoting informality. People are now going inwards because of that. So we believe we need to have a strong strategy that looks at that area. So, Honourable Minister and members, we have a comprehensive paper that we've written on this, and would wish to lay it on table at appropriate time, perhaps after this meeting. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honourable Minister, honourable members of Parliament, we now go to the last item on our today's agenda, and that's the plenary. So I will request the Honourable Rugorobi to help me pick a few members from the audience who will either ask or observe and do many things. Yes. And bring in your ideas. Honourable Rugorobi, please help me to identify those you think can also get an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for you to respond, or to raise issues, to raise questions, to make observations. And we want to make sure that you keep your intervention as short as possible, because we are supposed to be taking lunch now, and we are supposed to be out of this place in the next 1 hour. So kindly keep it short, and I'll start with you right away. Mr. Magunga, give me the microphone.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister, my name is Gabriel Ataba, and I'm the cow of Tororo District, vote 932. I want to react on what was presented by the President Ulga, and also I think was in the Honorable Minister's presentation. That is on the 1 billion shillings, which districts have been given and municipalities. Now, as accounting officers at that level, we have a lot of problems. Last year, I remember with the PDM, many of us were arrested. And what was the reason? Lack of proper guidelines. Now, the Ministry of Works and Transport, in its wisdom, had proposed that we have that man as rehabilitation, and according to them, up to 15% was supposed to go for maintenance of equipment and operation, recurrent operations. Later, the ministry went to Parliament, and Parliament, in its wisdom, said that that money should revert to maintenance. But now the major problem which arose was the guideline which was given by Parliament. It says we are going to use the Road Fund Act 2008. But again, in the same document, it is restricting local governments to using only 5% of that money for both operation and also for equipment maintenance. Now, this is really a very big problem because that document itself is contradictory. Now, last week or something around there, the ministry forwarded to us the resolution of Parliament. As the chairman has put it, as the local governments were in dire straits, we want to implement. We want to avoid this issue of money every time being taken back to a consolidated fund. So the government has to give us a way forward. What is the way forward? We need a document which is really very clear. Our proposal is that the Ministry of Works and Transport is the technical arm of government on issues of roads. And in its wisdom, it had proposed 15%. I want to request that if there is a way, Parliament should review its 5% and take it to 15%, so that we are able to do the work and to do the work very effectively and efficiently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next. Okay, I'll go to him. Do we have a micro? Him, you are moving away from him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try to balance gender as we go on.
Okay. Gender must be aggressive enough to, ladies must be aggressive enough to get what they want. I have already stood, so you can as well wait.
Please go on.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister, and indeed our chair now. Me, I'm just going to give a few points which I think need to be debated on. My name's Major Rubaramira Ruranga. I'm retired, but I work for Operation Wealth Creation as Director of Health and Community Outreach Campaigns. No, that's not your business. I think the issue of fiscal management is so important. And I remember General Saleh almost went back to the bush to find out exactly how the local governments can get money on time. But I still hear this problem is going on. It is something that needs to be done because all the work actually is done out there, not in the central. And the issue of private sector demanding that government should give them money. then do you remain private? I have issues about this because I think they should act like entrepreneurs to mobilize people so that they can help them to do whatever they want, like cooperatives do. Government people with cars, maybe because I'm a bit old, because in our time, you would rather get a higher purchase so that at the end, the car becomes yours. But it seems we have developed another AIDS, which this time is acquired income dependency syndrome. We seem to demand everything from government. Government is supposed to give you the enabling system, but surely government cannot continue to give everything to people. Someone talked about the educated and the PhDs. I don't know of anyone with PhD who is the richest even in the world. I think this should be on merit of entrepreneurship. There are people who do not go to PhDs and whatever, but who actually are very good.
I think you are running out of time.
Okay, I have only one point now to make, and then I go. We seem to concentrate on biomedical issues when you are talking about health. Health is before you go to the hospital. Health is not in the hospital. When you're in the hospital, you are ill. I think we should find a way of preventing going to the hospital. That's how we shall get healthy people. Professor Maswa made it clear, health is made at home, not in the hospital.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me attempt to balance gender. To your neighbor, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Hajat Green, Hajat Sebiala, and I'm the chairperson of the Committee of Environmental Practitioners of Uganda. I have 2 points. My first point is on rationalization, and I would request the Honorable Prime Minister to interest herself so much in the rationalization. There is a big problem which you need to analyze. Some of the agencies that are there in the omnibus, that is going to cause more problems than what we think is going to be a benefit. The other issue is on environment, and I would like to thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the interventions that you have proposed. And I would like to, environment is about action, and I would like to donate this tree to you, Honorable Minister of Finance, to go and plant it, so that action starts here. Yes.
Has the security checked it?
Yeah, it is okay. This is why
Mama is still fearing.
Yeah, I beg to
okay, what is it, a mango or something?
No, it's a chitaferi.
Oh, chitaferi.
It's a sour soap, yes.
No, okay, thank you very much.
Honorable Gorovi.
Yes, ma'am.
Mama is fearing the rationalization exercise. I think she's trying to say the educated should not join the private sector. Because according to our previous speaker, say the educated should also join the other side because we left it to the same educated.
Yes.
And so for her, she's saying we are going to create more problems than we expect. I did not understand her.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I've been following this process. It has been on and off. There are agencies. Some of them have fallen off. Some of them are still there. There is a committee, Right Honorable Prime Minister, there's a committee of Parliament which is in charge of rationalization. It has actually made a report, and I would like you to address yourself to that report. And that report is recommending that some agencies should not actually be should not be rationalized. And they are giving reasons. So I would like you to address yourself to that report and to the reasons that are being given. I'm not going to name any, but they are there, they are listed.
Okay.
So they should not be in the omnibus. This is what I'm saying.
that omnibus law that...
Okay, thank you very much. Can I now move? No more hands this side. I'll continue with this side. Can I move to the front bench? Continue balancing gender. That's not the way to balance gender.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Shaft Nasa Mkwaya. I am the Secretary to the Equal Opportunities Commission. Mr. Chairman, we shall all recall that the Constitution of Uganda calls for balanced development and the inclusion of every Ugandan to benefit from the country's socio-economic development. And I would like to therefore thank the Minister and the Minister of Finance for their attempt to try to make the annual budget gender inclusive and also addressing issues of equity. But I would like to remind all of us that the national budget is a tool for addressing imbalance in society created as a result of history, gender, age, and other factors. Now, as EOC, we are concerned about issues of equity and issues of gender, because we know that if Uganda is to be peaceful and prosperous, no one should be left behind. And our concerns are on the following areas. Number one, we have noted that a number of sub-counties in this country do not have secondary schools and health center 3s. We have also noted that about 16 districts in Uganda do not have equipment for maintaining road. We've noted that young people, the youth especially, are complaining about the gross absence of sports infrastructure in their districts, regions, and at the national level. And we know that if you don't keep the youth busy, you know what they're capable of doing. We are also aware that government prioritizes education, science education, and ICT. But there is a contradiction that the emphasis has been put on paying the salary, the science teacher's salary, but not equipping laboratories and providing necessary science equipment in schools. So that alone cannot promote sciences in the country. We have also noted that there is often delays in releasing the budget. There are cuts, and this has affected essential service areas like education, health, and other social services. And most last is the issue of need for regional balance in terms of infrastructure development. We have received a lot of complaint from many Ugandans that their sub-regions are lacking essential infrastructure in the areas of road. And I would like to use this opportunity to mention to you that in the past, government had committed to make the following roads, which up to now, no financing has been made available. And this includes Lugazi Kiinji Road, Kayunga Galilaya Road, Kanoni Busunju, Raka Yantonde Isingro, Maria, Vira Maria, Kabula Soke Road, Jinja Budondo Kamuli, and Nebi Goli, Luero Nakaseke. We have received a petition from citizens from that area that the lack of financing of this infrastructure is a form of marginalization.
Okay.
And I think you will look into that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Secretary, Honorable.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Victoria Secretary from the Uganda Good Business Alliance. And I'm really very happy that I'm going to say this when the Right Honorable Prime Minister is here. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is a special request. And it goes to you to please request the security sector to be careful what they tell the public. Agriculture, investment, and tourism are very, very sensitive to all news that come out of everybody, especially if it is the President, the Prime Minister, or Mr. Enanga. When you put Uganda in the same sentence, whenever Uganda is mentioned, it is in the same sentence with words like bomb, like Ebola, like COVID. It affects agriculture, investment, and tourism. We want to thank the the security sector for the fantastic job they do. But can they keep quiet? Let Enanga be deployed elsewhere. We are tired of his news. Yeah, because before tourists travel, they go into Google and they ask news from Uganda. Then Enanga, the bomb, the this, please. Secondly, when the minister was talking, he talked about the importance and lack of seeds and seedlings, and he had no way forward. Can I suggest that Minister of Finance actively look up Minister of Agriculture together with private sector, and we solve this problem, because it is real. And if I can just give you a small example as to why we are having issues with seeds, is that when government comes in and starts buying seeds and seedlings, and sometimes they don't know the origin of the seeds being given out, and these seeds don't germinate, the farmers, of course, start refusing seeds from Uganda. So as we talk now, if you want to check Madam Prime Minister, there are a number of private individuals importing seeds because they prefer imported seeds, and that is how we are spending our foreign exchange. Finally, industrial parks. When we say integrated and inclusive, then the Minister of Finance reads the list of industrial parks and aerodromes and leaves out Soroti. And he said that he's privatizing those districts which are poor. Did Soroti become rich? Why is the industrial park from Soroti being left out? Why is the training school for flying, which is Soroti, being left out? Finally, talking about health, somebody said health is made in the home. Madam Prime Minister, some years ago, the rate of stunting of Ugandan children, babies, was 20%. Now it has climbed to 25%. And to make matters worse, when you are stunted, you are not only short physically, you are also short in the head. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Minister, the microphone is this.
Yeah, let me balance the two sides.
Thank you.
I want to move to this side.
I want to dictate. Let me dictate.
Okay,
The other lady has been standing up in white somewhere. And she turned here. Yes.
Yes, the right
Allow
one.
that lady to speak, because
okay.
she has been changing positions.
Sorry. They were even controlling my microphone. Thank you, Prime Minister. And why do you attack me? I'm protected. My name is Justina Chikestro. I've been involved in the development assistance arena since 1994. First 10 years with the Danish embassy, then 6 years with the Irish embassy. At the Irish embassy, I became the first Ugandan, first woman, during the time of Chogam, to lead the donor, to negotiate the government budget on behalf of Donors Club. And it was during Chogam. Mr. Ochailak was in charge of the Chogam budget. And that time, don't interrupt me. He was exactly director budget, and he was supposed to give us a Chogam budget. He gave us 1 page. We said it's okay, we shall vote. It's not that what he came up with. Sadly, I became bipolar because of the pressure of dealing with thieves from Ministry of Finance. That's why I resigned. Now, let me get to my points. There is nothing new in what you said, Mr. Minister. Yes, Uganda in the 90s were like this. I remember how you said, wee! Wee! That's how we were, fast in everything. Proudly, you would go to a conference and they would want to know what, they hear from Uganda, they want to learn from you. In the Irish embassy, there was an organization known as Capri. Florence Kutesa, she stood, she spoke. I was new. The minute I introduced myself from Uganda, They came running. What I think Maris was also there. Maris in South Africa were together. I knew nothing, so I sent them to Maris and go. But they wanted to know, what is Uganda doing? We had an IMF meeting in South Africa. Uganda, what is Uganda doing? Come the 8th, 9th, 2000, swap. You said we moved from swap and addressed the issues with PDA. We have not. You know, Danida was the biggest health sector, donor to the health sector. The issues you've talked of, Sijui, what do you call it, furnishing health center for, they were in the PHC, which Mr. Omwasa said. Whenever I go to the village, I like to go and ask, are you happy with government? And they were until recently. Abanabitu, or by the way, we discuss English. When you go to those countries, they speak so. Abanabitu, muyupi itugaruka. If you read today's New Vision, Simon Kaheri has made an important point. We should use our language. Now, why are we discussing in English? Let them come with these things of interpretation. When you go for those international meetings, do they speak in English? No. So when I went to the village, yes, sorry, madam, I don't know that madam understands what I'm saying. I'll speak in English for the purpose of the Prime Minister. They say, you know, yes, Muzei has given us services, but those services no longer take our children to them. My mother has a school, private. They have all moved. All we had to do was initially paint. They moved from government to us. It's so shaming, really. But they will still vote for Muzei because of peace.
Yeah, can I request you to summarize?
Now, Honorable Minister of Finance.
Madam, summarize please in the interest of others.
Yeah. Honorable Minister of Finance, I went to your ministry the other day to say hello to former colleagues. Sadly, it was only a messenger who was remaining, whom I knew from that day. You cannot chase away institutional memory. I would like now to turn to the donors. In the past, it was the donors asking government to address gender issues. Do you hear them in the donor statement? No. Indirectly, they were telling us to address homosexuality. We cannot. Finally, on the issue of, what do you call it, construction, there's capital flight. Sincerely. You give, how many? I have to look at my facts. Back of the envelope. The money available for roads is 21 trillion. Yeah? About 4 trillion to where? I don't know anyway. I might be wrong, but the percentage that goes to the national farms, the money goes away. So how can we develop our country?
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we now move to this side?
We can now have the microphone.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister.
Who is that has grabbed the microphone?
I'm introducing myself, Minister. My name is Henry Morris Chibalia, and a Member of Parliament from Gabula South Constituency. Honourable Minister, there are just a few issues. To begin with, our colleagues from local government overemphasized the issue of 1 billion and the guidelines and so on and so forth. Honourable Minister, just to base on that, as a Member of Parliament and as somebody who sits on the Committee of Physical Infrastructure, my PS is there. We extensively discussed this, resolved and presented a report to Parliament, and Parliament circulated the resolution to districts. Equally requested the Minister for Local Government to send the same. And the Minister for Local Government last week communicated to Parliament that he has officially communicated to local authorities in different districts about what we resolved. The issue is very, very clear. That 1 billion can not only go for rehabilitation, because the Minister, I can even give an example in my district, Municipality Kamuli had earmarked a very small distance, and the whole 1 billion had gone on that one that they were going to tarmac. We have Kanungu, earmarked 1 billion and it put it on one road. These are just simple examples. It's raining now. We need to maintain roads in those districts. So there is no shortcut. The shortcut is clear. That money is for maintenance and rehabilitation. That is Parliament resolution. Let me go to the issue. Honorable Minister, when my judge, Minister for Finance was presenting, there is something I want to read verbatim. Government fully transformed from sector-wide approach to program-based planning and budgeting, and all challenges related to former have since been resolved. Honorable Minister, program-based, the issue when we discussed in Munyonyo is cutting across all ministries, and it can only work when you restructure the ministries. The president also comes and says, I've restructured the ministries, now the ministries are now program-based. But saying that some money will cut from the other, will move from one side to the other side, 5 ministries running one program, who will take charge? You communicated to the clerk of parliament that they restructure committees of parliament. The clerk responded and said, how is it feasible and possible for him to restructure committees of parliament when the ministries are still not yet restructured? But you have said all problems have been resolved. Honorable Minister, in your presentation, the issue of corruption, that's why you have had one of the presenters saying, we want to put a situation where corruption, everybody who is involved in corruption even fears to sit in public. But where corruption is walking on the streets, he even feared to say that corruption is even seated with us inside here. But the way you talked about corruption, it seems you have also resigned and accepted that corruption is a part of us and we can continue working with it, dine with it, and sleep with it. Kindly, we expect something tougher and we expect to hear something serious as far as corruption is concerned. My minister, the last issue is the chairperson of local government was talking about salary enhancement. We have cried. You can't have a balanced economy. You can't have some people offering services that you require and expect, either in school, in districts, or wherever, when there is that discrimination. It's high time, Honorable Minister, we looked into that one and enhanced salaries for either
okay, thank you very much. I think point made. Honorable Rurume.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you for the presenters. I listened very carefully to the Minister of Finance, and the strategy of strengthening the PDM came out very, very strongly. We have been making a case about population in respect to planning and public investment. And to remind you, the local governments, on the basis of which we are dealing with in the implementation of parish development model, are the parishes. Look, Eastern Uganda, with a population of 11.3 million, has 3,258 parishes. Western Uganda, with a population of 10.8 million, has a population of 3,025. Northern Uganda, with a population of 8.8 million, has 2,509 parishes. Central region, with 12.5 million people, has 1,700 parishes. And just by multiplication of the amount of money invested in the parishes, you know which region gets which amount of money. You know which region has got more population, less of the parishes, and less of the investment in that. Yes, I agree with you. We have been fighting against administrative units, creation of administrative units. But in order to create equity, the case has been made. Either you create more parishes in a region with the biggest number of people, or you deal with population in order to invest equitably in this population. I haven't seen this coming out in equitable development and investment in respect of PDM. No wonder that is where the region I come from, it is a thing on the ground. I would like the Minister of Finance to deal with this in the next, as a strategy, in the next financial year. Thank you.
Yes, Right Honorable will respond to that one. I'm being told that we are running out of time. I'll only allow 2 more people, and to balance gender, those will be the female gender. Okay? Honorable Peace. And one more there.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. As represented by the Minister, 2 concerns and piece of advice. 1, I have observed on ground, and I appreciate the wide tax base that we have now reached out into the mushrooming towns, where we have put electricity, and we are collecting taxes. The only challenge I find is that people go to collect tax, but they do not sensitize them. I want to appeal that sensitization is done fast, because the women who have just started working of late, if you just bump into them and you're ramming into their small businesses, collecting and taking them all away before sensitization, it may draw them back. That's a humble piece of advice. The second one is that we also appreciate the access to water in many places lately. But the challenge is on the bills. Small households are paying 200,000, 300,000 shillings on a monthly basis. And in other places, you find them paying 15,000, 20,000. Do we have 2 different tax regimes? I followed up the matter. And there is a communications officer under National Water and Storage Corporation. And he told me there was a lot of complaints, but whenever they complain is when they handle the matter. I wish that was rationalized all over so that we access water cheaply, because there's also a factor of production. And it also prevents a lot of diseases. Thank you for accepting my humble advice.
Okay, finally, ma'am, across.
Thank you very much. Dr. Agnes Atim-Mapea, Member of Parliament, Ambolata District. I have 2 issues, and one is from the budget strategy, page 6, where the minister recognized that there is a decline in the private sector stock of credit. And there are no clear reasons why you think private sector is not getting this money. But also, you noted that these loans are actually going for personal loans and real estate. And yet, in your view, you think that this private sector credit would enhance the issues of commercial agriculture. And so I would like to hear from the minister what is going to do on issues of private sector development. And this has always been a talk that we are in a private sector-led economy, but it looks like all our budgets only focus at offering credits, but not private sector development. I would want to hear from that. The second issue is on the theme of the next financial year, 2024-2025. Honorable Ministers, this theme has been around for a while, and I wanted to find out whether these themes are selected based on a review or a research, whether these big buzzwords actually mean for the economy. For example, the issue of commercialized agriculture. Do we have any progress reports on how commercialized our agriculture is, so that we present these budgets on real facts and evidence-based budgets, but not words that will excite our people? And as politicians, we're always held accountable by our people, that every year we are talking about agriculture, but not much is being done. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable, you delegated me to be responsible for this particular session, and I hope I have delivered. It is now time for responses, some of which are going to come from you yourself. Some questions appear to have been directed to you, then to the presenter, the Honorable Minister himself, and the technical people from the Ministry of Finance, but also other ministries, because we are in this thing together. You know, some of the questions will be addressed by them. So you are the chair. I hand over back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Members, I want to suggest that in the interest of time, we have captured all your concerns, and the Ministry of Finance, together with my office, will send you the responses thereafter. Guide us on the next way forward. Now, I think since I'm the chair, you go there and invite me to speak as president now to close.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister and colleagues and all of you. Because of shortage of time, it will be very difficult for each question to be answered in full. We have decided that whatever you have asked has been captured, and I promise on that one, has been captured. Then later on, either in sessions or as when the budget is being debated, even in the rural areas, we'll be providing the answers. Because some of the questions are technical, we need some figures. It's not easy to speak about it in just off cuff like that. That's what we have decided. Thank you. Now, can I invite you to come and make one or two remarks and I think wind us up?
The Honorable Ministers present, protocol observed. In the interest of time, I bring you greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who is aware we are here at the day of the budget conference. And so he delegated me to represent him at this very important conference. He gave me a speech, which I'm going to read. The budget strategy for the financial year 2024-2025 outlines interventions required to achieve faster socio-economic transformation of Uganda. It is anchored on the objectives of the Third National Development Plan, the NRM Manifesto 2021-2026, and accelerating economic growth to expand the size of the economy to US $500 billion in the medium term. Attainment of this goal will require doing business in a different way, including ensuring accountability, fighting corruption, improving coordination of government programs, and improving effectiveness of government. The ultimate goal is to build an independent, integrated, and self-sustaining economy. This will involve transitioning from a raw materials-based to a manufacturing and knowledge-based economy, as well as improving the environment of doing business in Uganda and making it competitive. This will also require repurposing of the budget to provide resources to high impact growth areas to be able to shift to higher growth paths that will bring us wealth and prosperity. We must also implement measures to mitigate the negative effects of the climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard from the Honorable Minister's speech, the economy is doing well. However, this has to transition into incomes of the ordinary Ugandans by ensuring that funds are allocated to the priorities set out in the budget. Focus will be placed on ensuring that all Ugandans, the investors, and the entire private sector are safe and secure, including their investments. Greater effort will be placed on the effective implementation of the Paris Development Model, PDM. This is the model that will bring our people from subsistence to the money economy. This will address the current issues we have in adding value to the agriculture and improving productivity in order to raise incomes of Ugandans. Accelerating socio-economic transformation will require deliberate investment in science, innovation, research and development to improve on competitiveness of our exports and to innovate into new ones. Achieving these goals will require financial discipline and avoiding spending our scarce resources on consumptive expenditure. We have to act smart and deliberately if we are to overcome the global challenges we are facing today, including the adverse effects of climate change. You are all seeing what is happening globally, including in Africa. For example, what has happened in Libya. We have to improve climate-smart agriculture. Our domestic revenue remains far below expenditure, and therefore, we need to double our efforts to be able to mobilize our own resources. We must stop the leakages in domestic revenue mobilization and expand the tax base to increase revenue to be able to finance a larger portion of our budget. I take this opportunity to thank you all for your time, and I encourage you to read and internalize the strategies that the Minister of Finance has outlined, aimed at accelerating economic growth to reach US dollars 500 billion in the medium term. It is possible if we all act deliberately. I want to thank our development partners and the private sector for the continued support and engagement on the development issues as we transition from the raw material-based economy to an industrialized one. The ultimate goal is to create employment and raise household incomes of all Ugandans. I want to thank the Minister of Finance for preparation of the required documents for this conference. With these few remarks, I now declare the conference on the budget strategy for the financial year 2024-2025 officially closed. I thank you.
So we are going to soon be standing up for the... May I make quick announcements? One, that this is the start of the consultative process. So the regional conferences will take place immediately, starting next week. For those who have not had an opportunity to present here, please present to MPs, present to regional conferences, and also present to committees of Parliament. The last quick announcement is that lunch is being served upstairs. Kindly don't exit, go upstairs, lunch will be served. May I request development partners, MPs, ministers to join the Prime Minister for lunch, which is being served in the Addis room. It's just upstairs. Other than that, we thank you very much, and I will request that the anthems be prayed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We would request kindly that you allow the VIPs to exit, allow the Prime Minister and the ministers to exit. As we do that, I once again want to mention that lunch is being served out. Kindly don't leave. You'll get access. Thank you very much.